Hello and welcome to the city of Veridia. This is session 1, and in tonight's game we will be playing The First Bell Doesn't Lie. So I will preface this by saying that there will be some content that may be slightly disturbed in its nature. So if anyone is a fan, or more to the point, a fan of not seeing dead bodies and hearing them described, this is your content warning. There will be various themes throughout this game that could create a discomfort. Our views and our opinions on the game itself are our own, and they will not be influenced by the chaos of the party.
I see dead people.
The chaos of the party is what will make these influences themselves. What they choose to do in this story is their own choice and their own decisions. As players, they are the writers of the story. I, as the DM, am simply the narrator, describing various things that they do, that they react to, and that they choose.
Can it be a blood?
So, with that, as a content warning, there could be blood. There will be a dead body, and there will be political tension and various other aspects of the story. And these themes will remain throughout the entirety of the campaign at various different points. So if you are squeamish, if you are not okay with the idea of blood and gore in small quantities, then I would suggest that you look at some of our other campaigns, such as Of Dice and Destiny, because that is a lot tamer than this campaign, which is going to be dark, gritty, with moments of comedy to break it all up, and various other stories that will skirt the lines of issues that can cause trigger warnings. So, with the content warning out the way and the disclaimers done, the views and opinions and everything that happens are our own and should not be employed in any way, shape, or form to be offensive to you. And if you are offended by the themes within the campaign and within the game, then my suggestion would be that either you don't listen, or you discuss it with a counsellor, therapist, psychologist, whatever the case may be. Professional help is always a good thing if any of these things do trigger you, and if they do, we will be posting on the YouTube video and the podcast any links required to professional services where you can seek out that help to help you recover or get better or learn to cope and manage the problems that you have. But without further ado, let's introduce the players in today's session. We have with us The mighty sky.
Hello, hello.
We
Very
have.
excited to be doing this.
We have Arias.
Hello.
We have Omega.
Yo.
We have a turtle.
Hello.
And we have a flaps.
I am Chaos, destroyer of DMs.
And he's not wrong about that.
No, there is no exaggeration there.
So,
Absolutely none.
if you are all here, which I believe you are, we will be joined by random guests at various points, not in tonight's session, however, but in future sessions. So, with that being said, let's get on and start this campaign off on the wrong foot. Veridia doesn't welcome you. It appraises you. Rain hissing against hot bricks and copper pipes, creating a steam that smells of industry and old magic. Soot clinging to your collars within minutes of stepping out into the smog. Above you, every street lamp is a trapped sun in a brass cage, the work of the lantern wrights, throwing sharp shadows that make even the innocent appear guilty. The city is loud in all the wrong ways. The clatter of chain and pulley, the rhythm of distant hammers, and beneath it all, the faint, constant thrum of the river right pumps, keeping the swamp at bay. Even the fog feels manufactured, rolled and channeled down the alleys like it's being managed instead of it being a natural weather phenomena. People here don't just watch you, they weigh you. A glance is a receipt, a smile a contract. You learn quickly that while truth is Veridia's favourite word, it is rarely used honestly. At the city's heart sits a ring-shaped tavern built around a vertical wound in the world. This is the Hoard and Horn. It is built around a great open shaft, the Wormwell, dropping into the dark below. Locals toss coins into it for luck, and they swear the pit answers back. Heat on your face and a low rumble in your ribs, and a breath of sulphur like something enormous is asleep below. This place laughs easily, fueled by the heat rising from the pit, the drinks at the bar, but after all of that, it's the kind of laughter that keeps secrets alive. Across town, grief has its own architecture. The Palapala stands in a circular hush, a stately mortuary built around an iron lift called the Descent. Mourners leave flowers and copper coins on polished railings, paying passage for the dead. The elevator goes down and down into catacombs the city pretends are purely historical. You notice here that doors have no public handles, and you wonder how much of the district's medical progress depends on what might move through those lower levels at night. But above ground, Veridia wears education like a badge. The Philosopher's Tower, in its own district, looms over the skyline, hosting debates and publishing civic law with immaculate handwriting. School children tour the Museum of Civic Memory, leaving with the belief that the city's history is clean. But the kinder city that calls itself wise, as you well know, rarely means kind. In Veridia, even scholarship has its sharp edges, and the archive doors are thicker than they need to be to simply hold books. Order exists here, sure, but it is tired, it is old, and you will see the grey mantles often moving in pairs on the streets, weary eyes under grey cloaks, iron keys clinking at their belts. They will take your statement. They'll even stamp it and file it in the warden hall. But you will get the sinking feeling that the city doesn't solve the crime. It curates which ones are allowed to matter, keeps an ear out for the bell. 1 toll, missing person. 2, fire. 3, bolt your door. Down by the docks, the ropes hang like curtains in the hiring halls. This is the salt knife territory, where men and women with scarred hands often decide whether your cargo will arrive on time or suffer a rope failure. In the hiring halls there, names are chalked onto boards and erased just as fast. Labour here isn't just work. It can sometimes be leverage. And then further afield, more on the east side of the city, you have the industrial stretches. The kilns burning bright enough to tint the night. The amber glass foundry glitters in shop fronts like frozen flames. The glass here is beautiful, precise, and necessary for every lens and lamp in the city. It is the sort of craft that powerful people will quietly try to own, and the heat from the furnaces hints at a secondary, darker trade. But that's Veridia, a city built on services that can become volatile at a moment's notice. Whether it's the heat of the city, water, history, grief, law, trade, or fear in general. Every district is functional. Every function has its price. And if you're here to find the truth, you should understand this first. In Veridia, the truth is never free. And it's with this in your minds as you're all gathered outside the hiring halls of the steam post before heading in for the morning to get whatever jobs you can find. We start with Sky. Your character is probably one of the first into the steam post's hiring halls. And as you step in, you see the bustling crowd of various people, the overwhelming urgency and the desperation in some of the staff that are here as they manage the various work boards, the panic in some of the other staff as they're going around erasing work and jobs and filling it in with new information. You stare in wonder as people are gathered, huddled around and bustling and jostling around, trying to get whatever jobs that they can. Job after job after job gets pinned up and taken down almost immediately by the next person. You can see the copper pipes and steam whirring as messages are being delivered left, right and centre from various points throughout this city using this arcane postal service that brings all the jobs in from whatever locations have been contracted to this particular hiring post. With the noise of the town, with the noise of the people in this town and the being jostled about, you see clerks at various counters with their rubber stamps stamping down on various contracts and filing things away at breakneck speed. It's busy. It's packed. You see people walking away crying. You see other people walking away joyous with pieces of paper in their hands as they celebrate the fact that they've got a job for the day. And amongst all of this, you step in. You find your spot. Standing there. Tell us. Who is your character? What do they look like? And what type of jobs are they looking for?
Well, Virex Coil is a polarizing figure, to be sure. He is a warforged, and he is a gunslinger, so he's about 7 foot tall. And he is sort of made up of very highly polished kind of brass and copper plating. He has sort of eyes that are made up of multiple kinds of lenses, all of different sorts of colors, that seem to kind of blend to what looks like a dark sort of purple color. But they allow him to be extremely observant. He is dressed in sort of tight trousers, some sort of thigh-high kind of boots, and a sort of linen shirt, waistcoat, and a long sort of overcoat. He has a cane with him. He's got a revolver holstered on his hip, and then he has a sniper rifle sort of slung over his back. And he would be there looking for any sort of underhanded jobs where people might need others to disappear, or where he could potentially get a kind of security contract. Anything where his skills of subterfuge and sort of spycraft could come into work.
As you are looking for this type of work, you do see how quickly jobs are being pulled and posted and pulled again. 1 minute it's there, the next minute it's gone. You've got to be quick. You've got to see it before anyone else. And you start bustling your way to the front of the desk. As you do so, you bump into someone who's already there, already waiting. Slightly fluid in their nature, although still solid in form. With his eyes scanning the various job boards right directly behind this clerk that's in front of you at a counter that's maybe about up to your chests, with large stalls behind it and a clerk with wiry white hair, brown eyes, and sort of gnomish looking features as he's hurriedly stamping various bits of paper and handing them out to others around. You bump into what can only be described as a water genasi. Omega,
Yeah.
would you care to describe your character?
All right. My character, about not as tall as Gunslinger, but decently tall, about 6'2", beefy. He is built. Where it's just normal, normal armor with a kind of white scarf that has functions also as a hood. Like glowing blue teal kind of hair with very light blue kind of skin. On his back having a trident and a longsword. Who looks behind after getting bumped into.
Of course. But that's normal here. So paying not much heed to it. You move your eyes and they dart back to the various boards. What type of jobs are you looking for?
Anything that has to do with kind of security-ish detail down at the docks. Something to do with heavy lifting, helping people. If someone needs healing, since that is one of his specialties as well. Kind of around just strongman kind of jobs.
Fair enough. Various other jobs come and go, but you know patience and a quick, sharp hand claim those jobs is required. But we move outside the doors, where there is another that is standing there, waiting. And we turn to what can only be described as a pale-skinned being, bluish in their skin colour, a tiefling of sorts. Would you care to describe your character and introduce them? And I believe we are talking to Arias. Or is it Flaps? Which one of you is the humanoid?
I'm a human.
Not me.
Okay, so it'll be you. You then, I think we are actually missing one player, but that's fine.
I mean, Turtle is the Hexblood character who kind of looks like a tiefling.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you're referring to a character with horns, it would be my dude.
Yeah,
Blue
that's
skin.
that blue skin, according to your
Turtle.
portrait.
Pale,
Yeah, that's you,
pale
Turtle.
blue horns. Yeah, okay. I was about to say, okay, I was thinking, okay, do we get a tiefling at some point? But yeah,
Just describe yourself. Introduce yourself.
Skin's a slight palish blue, at least for what you could see of for his face and just down his neck, other than the faint faint black markings that could resemble some form of tattoo. Uh, he has somewhat nice looking clothing on, which I'll have to send you the image because I updated him a little bit. Of a black overcoat with slight silver trim to it. Majority of his clothing is mostly black with some form of silver trim to them or of various designs and such. But he would be standing outside, one hand, or both hands kind of resting on the crook of his cane, that debating on whether he should go in to look for a job, being that his normal means of tasks that he would do to get some coin seems to be slow.
Mm-hmm.
And as described, Jess, he could be at first glance seen as a tiefling, but the horns have basically grown from almost a bit of a back of his head just behind his ears and then started to migrate forward to appear in the front. And he is, in fact, a hexblood. He was, would say, it's caused by that from a curse.
Fair.
He would think for a bit before deciding to finally walk in to see if he can find something of use. And
And indeed, as you do decide to step in, you're greeted by the hustle and bustle and the crowds and the general chaos that is here. And as you step forward, you can clearly see there is a gap in the crowd and what appears to be a path like that you would see in a busy marketplace as you're sliding between people that would take you to the front of the counter so that you could more clearly see and be ready to grab whichever jobs suited you. Making your way, you slap away a couple of hands that may be prying towards you and towards your pockets. Because, well,
yeah, if he senses that anyone was trying to run his pockets without him knowing, they definitely would get hit with a either slender shaft of the wood from his cane or the crooked hook of it, and it definitely would leave a sore spot because he would not be gentle with it.
indeed. And as you bat away one of these hands, you hear a sharp ow, giving away
Better
that
luck
you
next
hit the
time.
right target. But you make your way to the front safely. And you find yourself staring at the same boards that the other two are. And then we move to Flaps.
Mm.
Your character is somewhere out in the slums at this moment. And you hear it first. You hear the bell toll once. The bell for a missing person. You know instinctively that as soon as that bell tolls, there'll be a posting in the hiring halls. But what is your character doing? And what does your character look like?
Well, Hexlon would have been making his way to the hiring halls. He looks for those jobs that nobody takes, the honest work, the jobs that require actual heroics. Not because he wants to, but because he's used to doing it. And for those who are looking, they will see a rather tall and very imposing Warforged walking through the door of the hiring hall. He is His once polished plating will have been dulled to a dark, matte black, covered in scratches, weathered from his time in the mire. And around his shoulders, he wears a cloak with the hood pulled low, just showing slight amber glow of his eyes. Those who have bought or been on the wrong end of the grey mantles will notice a city-issued pistol, rather clean, very well maintained, slung at his hip. And he's walking with heavy, clanging footsteps and a rhythmic tapping from his glaive, which he uses as his walking stick. He doesn't need to. He just uses it. He gives off an air of weakness, the better to pull the gullible in to making them think he's not exactly as strong as they believe he would be. And for those who have the perception, on his chest, there's a deliberately scored and crossed out city watch badge. And he just stops in the middle of the hall, letting the human traffic flow past him as he studies the board very, very carefully.
As you study the board, knowing that that bell has tolled, at the same time the rest of you hear the bell toll, just as he's entering. But it's at this point, Arias, your character.
Jeff is a slender, but still kind of stocky human. He's about 5'11", and he's wearing his signature cowboy hat and boots with a flannel button up shirt and signature Wrangler jeans. And he's walking into the hiring hall, lamenting over the fact that he has to make money, not any measly amount of money from just carrying packages, though he would rather want to, but the kind of money that comes from finding people and doing heroic stuff. He's going to be approaching the board, just sighing, shaking his head, really lamenting over the fact that he does not want to answer the call to the bell, but he knows that he must if he wants to make his money.
Fair enough. And as you're already here, you're already aware of the noise and the hustle and the bustle. It's hard inside these halls to hear necessarily the toll of that bell, but it does ring through with its own repeated bell internally at the steam post hiring halls. And as you look around when the bell tolls, you know that's your cue to move forwards towards the front of the desk, where inadvertently you bump into these others that are gathered there. And as you look up, you see the wooden gantries across the top and the big chalkboard that is up there with no less than 6 different gnomish workers, all raising and lowering their platforms, scrubbing things out on the chalkboard and writing new things on. But it's not this that grabs all of your attention at once. It's the shout from the other side of the room as someone holding up an envelope in their hand rushes towards you. Another gnome-like figure. Another gnomish-like figure who works here, as he's running through shouting, "Urgent! Priority! Come! Get out the way! Move! Move! Urgent priority listing! Urgent posting! Come on, out the way!" And he is rushing towards the clerk where you are. And as he gets there, someone in the crowd beside you tries to snatch the posting letter out of his hands. Too quick is his reaction to know exactly this sort of thing was going to happen, and he snatches back the envelope to his chest to hold it there while still holding it up, complete with a red seal visible on the envelope. As he passes it over to the clerk turns around and says, urgent posting going up now. And he pins it straight to the wall, unopened, still sealed. Mystery job, urgent posting, reward, price not set yet. 2 people walk up straight away, trying to push past all of you. I'll take this one. Yeah, mate, give it here. Let's have a look at this job. And he pulls it down. He looks at the 2 that are trying to barge past all of you. And he pulls up a cane, looks at the envelope, sees the seal that is written and stamped, wax sealed onto this. And instead of saying and passing it over, he pulls up a cane from behind his counter and smacks it down on their hands. Not for you. This job's too important. He pulls open the envelope, and as he pulls it out and starts looking at it, his face turns pale. He looks up. Don't suppose you 5 actually know each other, do you? As he looks at all of you together.
Virax, I was going to say, Virax is going to sort of look at the others. His eyes will rest on one person in particular, but then he will turn back to the clerk and just go, never met this lot before in my life.
Excellent. Right, that's good news then. That's all I needed to hear. You not know each other, and can you all 5 of you, all at once, please just confirm none of you have got any faction affiliations, correct?
Not as of this moment.
No, I don't know what factions you're talking about.
Perfect. Right, that is news to my
affiliation.
You have associations within a faction and a invested interest in their overall success or profit.
No. I could care less whether someone succeeds or not.
Excellent.
The only stuff I care about is mine.
Good. You're all out for yourselves. That's brilliant. That's perfect. Right. Well, I've fulfilled the criteria of this one. I need 5 people. You 5 are good. And just looking at the note on this, there is a substantial reward at the end of it if you'd like to take this one on. And he sees another hand coming forward. I'll take it, mate. Let me have a go. Let me have a look. And he pulls out his cane and went, do you want a whack? No.
Hexalon will turn around and give the individual who just tried to butt in a very, very hard stare.
I was going to say, Virax would quite happily just point his revolver in the direction of that person and be like, don't even bother.
You can lower your weapon. Not in this guild hall. We don't want any mess. Thank you. But it's good to see that you lot are prepared for what might entail. Right. Well, here's your job. And he hands one of you the letter. Who would like to reach forward for it?
Severin definitely would grab for it.
Okay. As you reach forward and grab it, he Let's go. And you unfold the piece of paper. The first thing you notice on the wax seal is that this seal has been sealed with that of a signet ring.
Filled with a loving kiss.
Now, if I have it and it wasn't Jeff that got it, is the wax seal broken?
It broke when he opened it
Damn. All right.
to read it.
If it was in one piece, if it was essentially just pulled up a bit or it wasn't fully broken, I would have tried to swipe it. But if it's broken, then yeah, you ain't gonna worry about it.
Would Hexalon recognize the seal?
No, is the short answer.
Ooh.
Okay.
None of you do.
He would
Oh.
read through it to see what it was about.
The first words that come up on the piece of paper at the top, printed, not handwritten, simply states body recovery mission. Urgent, minimum party of 5.
All right.
Underneath that, seeking capable hands, reward 100 gold pieces.
Oh.
I typically don't take jobs if I don't know where they're coming from, but that's a mighty fine price.
That will feed many poor people.
Ugh. Poor people.
You
Hey, 100
continue
gold-
reading.
100 gold ain't gonna do much for me, but it's better than nothing.
Well, he would have stopped for a bit and would have been reading over a bit before going. 100 per person or 100 to split?
It just says 100 gold. Party of 5.
Okay.
Split.
Interesting. Oh,
And
there,
He
sir.
would continue to read.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, is it 100 gold for all of us, or what's the split on that? Because I don't really want to share 100 gold with these lot.
Well, judging by that, it says party of 500 gold reward. I'd say it's a split. So there's 5 of you. That'd be 20 gold apiece. Still nothing to sniff at. You don't get jobs like this come round often. Ooh, body recovery.
And
That's an interesting one. We've never had that come through here. Ooh, interesting. As he says that, you hear a hesitation in his voice as his eyes wander. And
Yeah,
you
with,
see where he's looking. Just standing behind you are 2 grey mantle constabulary members.
shit, it's the forest.
Good morning, officers. I hear you're looking for honest workers. Is that correct? Honest work, any crimes, that sort of thing? Trying to keep your ears low and your eyes peeled and your ears to the ground? Well, I can guarantee you there's nothing untoward here. And, as he stops when one of the grey mantle constabulary just raises a finger to his lips. If you 5, he says, and as you look, you see the grey cloak tied together with a pin that marks the grey mantle constabulary. And other than that, It's the smart three-piece suit underneath, the pinstripe trousers that is symbolic of what they generally tend to wear. The hat that he has on is more of a helmet. Maybe this one seems a bit too small for his head. Clearly, there isn't much in the way of equipment that they could have afforded him. As the cloak is too long, the hat is a bit too small, and this seems to be a bit of a ragtag, pulled at the last minute piece of equipment and uniform issuing. You see the cane that he carries with its small white bulb at the end that they all seem to enjoy handling and using as a means to restrain or push people back or hold people back in crowds. Black cane with a white knob on the end. It's very traditional of them. And he looks at you all. Just to let you know, the Grey Mantle Constabulary has informed us to inform whoever takes on this job that you are going to be watched and monitored, because everyone has a vested interest at the Grey Mantle Constabulary in this role. We have a missing body, and a very important one it is.
Well, that's unusual. Normally, you don't pay much attention to jobs.
Very true, very true. It's not that we don't pay attention, we take down the details and we file it away, ready for a time when we actually can serve the justice that it deserves. And on that note, this one is one that is of utmost urgency and importance and discretion.
So something your people can't manage.
Something that we don't have the resources to manage because of affiliations and access. Something that you lot, with no affiliations, should be more than capable of handling for us. And yes, the Grey Watch, the Grey Mantle Constabulary, is affording you the funds for this. However, it should be noted that the noble in question doesn't wish to be named, wishes to remain anonymous, and has said that if you are capable enough of this mission and the discretion, he will happily find some accommodation and an establishment of which you can call your own, on the premise that you're all going to happily work together. Does that sound enticing enough to you all? Or is someone here a lone wolf?
I'll happily work with anyone, but I'm not happy about getting paid with everyone.
Ah, well, that's the nature of working together as a team, isn't it? Everyone gets a fair and equal share, so to speak. Although, of course, it's entirely up to you what you do with the funds that you acquire. But there we go.
Above game DM.
Yes.
Would Hexalon know this officer's name?
You wouldn't know his name necessarily, but you would recognize the helmet as being one of the older traditional types of helmets and uniform that is often only ever gotten out when there is a pretty big occasion of some kind.
So one of the more corrupt members of the Grey Mantles. Okay.
Potentially.
You know, y'all mentioned something about it being an important figure to y'all. Do y'all really think 100 gold is enough of a price tag to put on somebody that important?
You see, it's not just 100 gold, is it? It's 100 gold and a establishment. The establishment, I can assure you that they have picked out this gentleman. I can assure you the establishment itself is worth over 250,000 gold.
Yeah, interesting. Now, an establishment, I do believe we have talking here.
Mm-hmm. And it'll
I'll
all
take
be
this.
in your names. 3 of you will be able to put your names on the deeds of this property.
Jeff is going to reach out his hand and he's going to say, "Well, partner, my name's Jeff. Nice to meet you."
Good to meet you, Jeff. My name is James.
Oh, we got chain names in here. Nice to meet you, James.
It's good to meet you all. Now, I would suggest that you follow the second bell. And you hear the bell toll once more. The first bell, closer. You then hear the ring in the steam post hiring hall. And then you hear another ring, slightly further away. Another single bell toll. The bell toll for a missing person. It's unusual. Normally they ring out all in unison. But for those of you that have been here a while and know the city, roll me a perception check.
Ooh. Ooh.
Give me a sec. I have to.
Wait, will I classify as being able to?
If you want
14.
to. And yes,
Hell
all
yeah.
of you have been in this city a while.
Oh, come on.
Are all the rolls in?
Yes.
Not yet. I'm trying to get my page to load back up.
Fair. So, for those that have rolled a 15 or above, the toll of the second bell you judge to be perhaps somewhere slightly north, possibly the medical district.
Well, folks, suppose we better get on going. 'Cause, it does sound like those bells are coming from the northern section. And, seeing as this is an important person, we may not want to keep these fellows waiting.
Good idea.
Quite frankly, I don't really give a fuck about the person. I just want to get paid. But
Yeah,
I suppose, given that we ain't getting paid until we find him, we may as well
Let's go.
make a move.
As you
getting the
all...
job done. Oh, go ahead.
No, go on, go ahead.
Getting the job done fast does usually equate in earnings being made faster.
Fast work also means sloppiness.
Yeah, only if you're bad at your job.
Ignore him. He tends to be a bit of a preacher.
As you all head out from the steam post hiring hall, almost in perfect unison and timing, skirting through the hustle and bustle of the crowds, you see various other jobs on the boards getting cancelled, getting closed off, getting pulled down. But all of you know that you are secure in the job that you've acquired. James is following behind you. And as you step out onto the street, slightly less crowded, but still a bit of a crowd outside, James turns to you and says, "Well, if this is a success, I suggest you lot start thinking of a name for yourselves." And then he turns and walks off.
So would say.
What an officious desk jockey.
Mm-hmm. Kane's just been smiling throughout all of this, watching them bicker and then not bicker and then talking.
Virex just wants to get paid. He's not sure whether he particularly likes this group that he's found himself working with, but at least he's got potentially some money coming in.
Indeed.
Fellas, I do like that James fella. He seems like a nice little guy.
Now that you're out of the steam post hiring halls and you're out on the streets, the cobblestones, the brass and copper pipes from various buildings, heat and steam vents rising occasionally from the ground below as you're walking. Does anyone wish to continue reading the hiring
I'll continue
job?
reading it.
Yeah.
In writing at the bottom, as you continue to look at it, it says possible faction tensions between the Horde and Horn and the Palapala Mortuary.
Well,
Underground ethics and politics. You have been warned.
I see. This is going to be fun.
So, with that extra bit of knowledge, do you continue to follow the bell that's tolling every 15 minutes from one location? Or do you choose to go somewhere else?
Jeff will indeed be following the bell.
Bell time.
Okay. Walking through these streets with the fog rolling down various alleys and streets, smothering you in its soot-filled covering of dirt and God knows what else, as you continue walking through and over cobblestone streets, jostled about by various crowds in this city, being hollowed up by various little market stalls and shop owners trying to gather attention and attract business to be able to pay their rent or feed themselves for the day, fending off the various little scabs that roam the streets trying to see what they can steal. You eventually come to the medical district. This is a somber part of town, and the atmosphere itself seems to change, as though you've crossed another boundary into another plane of existence altogether, yet still here in the city. It's quieter as you see either side of you as you're entering, marked the entrance to this area by two cemeteries either side of the road. Rows upon rows of gravestones that have been neatly laid in perfect parallel patterns. Stretches for about half a mile. But eventually you come to the center of this area where, after the graveyards and the cemeteries end, you see the buildings rise up once more. Slightly more Gothic in its architecture in this part of town. Definitely noticeable that there is money and wealth here. Iron railings and under street heating to keep the ice at bay when its cold winter months come on in this area, in this part of the world. The houses and buildings themselves are tall townhouses, normally 2 to 3 stories high. Smaller rooms, but a lot more people can fit inside them. And then you have the slightly grander buildings, which some of brass and some of marble and some of various different types of stonework. But most of these buildings all follow the same sort of design, with the pillars out the front and the Gothic spires and twisted spines on various different buildings, some of them overhanging slightly, some of them giving that almost cartoonish haunted house look. But above all of it stands the Palapala Mortuary in the middle. And then surrounding that within this district is various other university and research and medical buildings that are just as tall and wide and long, filled with various people wearing black clothes and white aprons and things like this. Some of them coming out on the streets covered in blood from their most recent, whether it's surgery or an amputation, or whether it's research that they've done in dissecting something else to further the medical history and progress within this town and city. But all in all, this is a much somber place. And the bell tolls once more. And you see it clearly coming from the bell tower that is stationed at the Palapala Mortuary. A grand mansion before you. Built maybe 100, 150 years ago. Stands tall and proud, full of history, with iron railings that you see various copper pieces, various flowers marking those that have passed. A place where people suffering with grief come for counselling and to be able to let go of those loved ones from the past. Silence, an eerie silence, not magical, but earned out of respect, surrounds this place. As you step up the stairs to enter this building.
This is my kind of area. I like a place like this. Nice and quiet. Lots of creepy looking buildings. Ah. Yeah, this place ain't too bad. Shut your face.
You
Top.
like the sick, dying, and broken all around you. That's your kind of vibe there.
Yeah.
Robot man.
A, it's a Warforged. B, the name is Virix. And C, it's not the dead people that I like so much, as the rewards that I get for either A, killing them, B, looting their bodies, or C, making sure they end up in the right place.
Well, I suppose I can't really disagree with the loot aspect of it. And I certainly believe in the sinners going to hell part. So,
That's hell.
and Vera, I do apologize for my misappropriation of your species, as it were. I don't really know much about y'all. I just know y'all are around, and it's a thing here.
You have an odd way of talking, little man.
I will say there's a margin of a cultural difference between me and the rest of the fellas here.
Indeed.
Obvious.
Despite your cultural differences, I would still keep an eye on your wallet.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think that's gonna be much of an issue. I mean, I may be rather trusting in these parts, and Jeff's gonna like look around and pat his pockets a little bit and make sure his wallet's still in his back pocket.
Mhm.
I do think that that is some helpful advice. What was your name again, friend?
Mine, Hexalon.
Ah, thank you, Hexalon. I do appreciate it. It is a rather strange place to be, and a rather shifty-eyed looking people around the city, and
More than
Yes,
you
you're
could.
also...
Yeah. More shifty-eyed people than you could possibly count.
And you're
You
hanging
hear-
around with these shifty individuals.
I
Well,
wouldn't
that's
worry
good.
too much.
You hear the voice come from behind you, but you haven't heard any footsteps.
That's not fun. I turn around and just sort of have my hand kind of on my revolver, just resting, ready to sort of pull and quick fire if I need to, but not just yet.
The figure that you see looks down at your hand and laughs. You couldn't hit me even if you wanted with that thing. And he puffs into a mist of sorts, shifts through the group, through a small slit in the door that is closed in front of you, before you hear the doors being pulled open from the inside. One thing you do notice, there are no handles on the outside of this door at all. But these doors creak open, large, made of oak, maybe about 3 inches thick, with wrought iron spikes in the door at various equidistant points, forming the pattern that is of the Palapala Mortuary's insignia. However, as the doors are pulled open, you see him standing just on the inside. You hear the childish laughter of 2 giggling young ladies as they stop opening the doors from either side, giggle a bit, puff into mist, and disappear off.
Is Johnny.
Can I just do a quick divine sense? Because that's creepy as fuck.
Yeah,
You can.
I reholster my revolver and I just take my sniper rifle off my back.
Yeah, you can do a divine sense if you wish.
I would like to do detect for any celestial fiends or undeads within 60 feet.
Oh, you detect undead within 60 feet, all right.
Oh, yay.
It's just panic.
Yeah. That's kind of terrifying.
But the person standing in front of you, wearing now a top and tails full tailcoat, like that of someone who is perhaps there to guide the coffin forwards, looks at you, gives you all a small bow. You are welcome on the premises. I invite you in. We have a private room of which you can all rest whilst we await further instruction. I do hope that whoever has dearly departed peacefully rests. And he takes a step back, inviting you into a room that's just off to the side. And you see the door open as he invites you in.
As I walk,
Oh, go on.
Oh.
as I walk past him, I look at him. Your door is infested with woodworm. I'd get it sorted.
I can assure you the door is not infested with woodworm.
It's the best part when the DM just goes, shut the fuck up.
No. How about no?
Fun fact, no.
Mm-mm.
Jeff is gonna step forward. He's gonna turn and look at Hexalon. Now, Hexalon, I don't mean to give you a preaching or nothing, but it ain't real polite talking about a man's doors like that. A man's doors are his sanctitude, his entrance to salvation.
For someone who wasn't going to give me a preaching, your words certainly rambled on a bit.
Shiraz is
I
just
do
gonna
apologize.
And quiet. We prefer a sanctuary of silence, though we do understand, as you could probably hear, we need to keep our voices low. There is a descent ceremony currently ongoing, and we do not wish to disturb their solemn and precious moments as they let their loved ones pass peacefully into the next life. We'd appreciate it if you can keep your voices lower for the moment.
With that being said, Jeff is gonna lower his voice and he's gonna tip his hat. He's gonna take his hat off and he's gonna be. I do apologize for that, and he's gonna make like a cross motion on his body.
The vampire that stands before you, the gentleman, tips his own top hat, greets you with a similarly extravagant bow, and puts his top hat back on as he stands up straight once again, fully straight, straighter than most humans could ever possibly be, unless they were trained.
I'm gonna turn to whoever's closest to me, which I think is Sky's character at this point.
So,
I'm gonna just look at him. There, whispered. There's a bunch of undeads here.
yeah, I'm gonna sort of turn my head, not sort of turn it, but sort of lean it sideways and kind of down and go, yeah, I want to get paid. I don't want to get paid this much. So if you want to quit and leave these guys to die by vampires, I'm all for that. I'm just saying. We can go out the door anytime.
We can go. Okay. Let's see what happens. If shit goes alright, we're gonna leave. And we're gonna find something else to do.
Yeah. I ain't even gonna fight them. I am not trying to piss off a vampire here today.
Not at
No,
all.
sir.
Not at all. Absolutely not.
As you're all ushered into the room, you find some comfortable furniture to sit upon. Sofas, chairs. You see a small selection of books in a bookcase on the far side of the room. And you see a small, long, mahogany coffee table. And you see upon that table some ink, a guest book of sorts, where people have written their passing wishes to their loved ones.
Does anybody else find... Oh, sorry, go on.
Carry on.
I was going to say, does anybody else find it a little bit odd that he just welcomed us in here, didn't ask what we were here for, and also didn't offer any particular guidance other than just sit and wait? Anybody else going to question that?
His behaviour was odd.
Now that you mention it, it does seem rather odd, but I think maybe he just knows that we're supposed to be here. Maybe we're waiting for somebody more important to give us the details.
It's at this point you all realise that the bell has stopped ringing. It's been about 15 minutes, but the bell is no longer tolling. Maybe further confirming your suspicions that someone more important will be turning up shortly.
Anybody else hear that?
It does
Silence.
appear that the bell has stopped ringing.
Could I inspect the books on the bookshelf?
Of course you can. As you browse the books, roll me an investigation check.
Mm-hmm. Oh, never mind. I got a 10.
You see a few of the classic fairy tale titles that would be given to children on the lower shelves. Tales of wonder and excitement. Couple of fairy tale stories from the Feywilds. A couple of fairy tale stories of the horror genre where there are morals in all of them. Lessons to be learned. It's not too dissimilar to that of the Brothers Grimm, if anyone's read those.
Yes.
Oh god.
Good stories.
The original or the English bastardized versions?
The original.
Oh yeah, I've read that.
Yeah.
Virix is going to... Oh, I was going to say very quickly, Virix is going to see this and just go, of course, the detective goes to the children's books.
As you look on the upper shelves, you see a couple of more. Some of them are like encyclopedias, a couple of them are medical journals. That's more sort of common knowledge in an encyclopedia format, talking of various body parts and, you know, like what the names of various parts of a human body or a tiefling body are. You know, the various different anatomies that have been uncovered and discovered and investigated and researched in this town. You see a couple of other sort of books that are maybe novels of a past decade sitting on the shelves. things that talk of kingdoms being overrun by various different types of beasts, those sorts of long novel adventure stories that maybe one day might become a theatre show. Who knows?
Penny Dreadfuls.
Yeah, exactly.
Could I pick up one of the fairy tale books and with very delicate fingers open it and start reading?
You can indeed. Are you opening it randomly or right at the beginning? And I would like you to roll me a d6, please.
Okay,
Oh.
all right. Start it at the beginning, and now I'm worried.
Oh no!
I got a 2.
Why would you touch the books in a vampire's hospital? It's just asking for trouble. Why would you do this?
I like to read.
No,
As
no,
you-
no,
Harm in
no.
reading a book.
As
There
you
is
pick
harm
up
in reading a book.
as you pick up the book, the title of the cover simply says The Gnome and the Knoll.
Oh,
Oh, yay.
It is just a fairy tale book.
Don't believe that.
And as you begin to read the opening paragraph, it talks of a beautiful young little gnome that goes out into the woods one day. Your typical fairy tale setting. It's quite an interesting read. Maybe for someone who is of a reading age of maybe about 13 to 15 in human years.
teen fiction. Lovely.
But as you all are gathered here, is there anything else you'd like to discuss with each other or do?
I mean, Virex is just constantly sort of, his eye lenses are kind of looking around the room, sort of sussing out all of the potential different escape routes that he could take advantage of.
You only
Figuring
see
that whoever they're waiting for is going to come through the door, so he's trying to figure out where else he could go if he has to.
the only exit that you see from this room is the door itself that you came in.
Oh, yay.
However,
Oh no!
if you want to roll a perception check for me,
Yes. If I'm actively looking for it, can I do investigation instead?
yes, you can.
Perfect, because I have a +4 to that. Oh, for fuck's sake!
On a
Yes,
five,
I'm detective.
on a five, was that a natural one?
It was a natural one.
You managed to start looking around, and as you do so, you turn your head ever so slightly, and it hits the chandelier that's hanging from the ceiling, distracting you entirely from what you were looking for.
Mother. Ow.
You all good?
Yeah, I'm good.
He's got a thick head.
I'm gonna shoot him.
No, you're not.
Don't shoot him.
I was saying that in character. I'm not actually gonna shoot him.
Fair enough.
It's like, you know when someone's pissing you off and go, "So I'm about to hit you." It's that kind of thing. Not actually gonna shoot him.
Fair enough. Few moments later, you all look up at one of the vents that's in this room, and you see a mist coming through it, coming down beside the bookcase where there is a nicely marked little area that people tend to not stand. And a figure forms and coalesces into being. Before you stands once again a very think black butler, if any of you have seen the anime. White gloves, perfect black tailcoats, neatly buttoned hat, top hat as it were, white collar shirt coming out from underneath. Perfect suit. Pristine. Not a single blemish or piece of fluff or dust to be seen on it at all. Shoes shined perfectly, like mirrors almost. You, as you look in at the shoes, can see your reflections clearly, in colour almost. But you do notice you don't see his. As he stands, you don't see his reflection
Oh.
in his own shoes.
Oh, well, that makes sense. We know they're vampires already. Yeah, that makes sense.
As he stands before you, well, seems that you all acquired the job posting, and I assume you are here to inquire of the nature of it. Hence the reason why the bell guided you the way it did.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
just very slowly backing away, putting as much space between me and him as I can.
Fear not, this is a safe place. No one
I don't-
I don't believe you.
I think
He
with
just
how
gives you
everyone
a slight
is,
grin. Yes.
my guy would probably end up being the only one who is if there is a chair to sit down in, he would probably be the only one sitting in the chair
Fair.
and waiting. So you see him basically sit there and his cane basically laid over like the arm of the chair, and he's just waiting. And the moment that this vampire butler appeared, he would have assumed that's who the job, who had essentially put out the job. He would have eventually stood up, and we've just been waiting the whole time while everyone
Fair
else
enough.
was seemingly plotting an escape route, reading children's novels, or nearly pissing off a warforged enough to get shot. Just waiting.
Fair enough. As this gentleman steps forward into the room, he waves his hands slightly and raises what appears to be a cane of sorts, and motions for all of you to take a seat. He walks over to the guest book that's on the table, flicks through a couple of the pages. Ah, there it is. I'm particularly fond of this one. For those that have passed, know that the living will carry the memories forever. And he flicks through. Another one here. This body was donated for medical research by the individual. They left a touching message. May he help cure those ailments for those in the future that he himself suffered from. He flicks through a couple more. And he stops. And then he gently closes the book. Yes. you've probably figured it out by now. We are a family of vampires here. We run the Palapala Mortuary, and we offer grievance counselling, and we offer other means of solemn prayer and well-wishing for those that have passed. Before you ask, the blood that we drink is pre-packaged from donations at the blood bank. We will not, and this is our family's vow, that we will not drink from a living being. So you are all perfectly safe within this family.
That's fine. I'm a robot. You can't drink from me.
You'll be surprised.
Wait, what?
I'm not one to procreate my misguided prejudice on other people. But do you ever find the temptation of, shall we say, sampling from the people who are in the medical ward? Not the living folk, obviously, as you'd already mentioned, but from those no longer within this world.
Please, someone shut him up.
To answer your question, and it is a common one, believe it or not, we have had in the past those that have been tempted, and we have dealt with those severely. It is a break in a vow, a word, or a promise that we ourselves tend to deliver the harshest of punishments for those within the family. It has not happened for something of a century and a half.
Well, that sure is good to hear. I do apologize. I am, if nothing else, a curious soul.
He raises his hand and
You
says, "No need to apologize."
You don't by any chance know if there's a difference between the living and the dead and how they taste?
I myself personally know.
This guy's gonna get us killed.
What a question!
It's only on session one.
My guy would probably, hearing all of that, he probably would have went, well, I do believe I had read somewhere that consuming the blood of a dead would be very volatile for vampires. Think of it
Precisely.
as like drinking, if you were to drink poison, you wouldn't like it too well.
That is very much accurate description. And he plants his cane down with a gentle tap, loud enough that you all take notice. I believe you're here, however, for the job that was posted. Before you ask, it was not us that posted it. However, we were made aware that the noble concerned with what's happened has offered a reward, and you are here to investigate and question what is going on. Correct?
Yes.
It would appear
Wonderful.
so. Right.
Shall I preface this with a body's gone missing?
That much we are aware of.
What kind of body?
A human body.
Was he short
And
or fat or tall or slender?
I think you would all call him of athletic build.
Okay.
And-
Okay.
pardon my crassness, but many in the city have heard some very disturbing rumours. Was this missing corpse entirely genetically human?
Yes, indeed he was. When he passed, and he was laid to rest, he belonged to one of the councillor's daughters.
Belong.
So we have a grandchild of a counselor's body missing.
I mean,
I
not
wouldn't
necessarily.
say.
I wouldn't say grandchild.
You said a counselor's daughter's.
He belonged
Belonged.
to a councillor's daughter. I think it was a servant or
Oh,
a
yeah, that
concubine.
So
Also,
you mentioned they were laid to rest.
They were, but 3 days
meaning
ago.
Buried.
Yes. 3 days ago.
when I asked you the question, was he genetically human? You said he was when he was alive. What does that mean?
He was genetically human when he was alive, and he was genetically human when he was buried.
How long had
So
he been?
he's
How long had he
genetically
been
human
dead
through and
for?
through.
He was dead for 3 days when he was buried. He was buried the same day because the councillor in question had a vested interest in ensuring a proper burial was had soon in order to help his daughter overcome her grief.
So it's safe to say that some form of decomposition would be setting in by now.
We do our best to preserve the bodies with embalming fluids, as is customary for such occasions. That involves the infusion of the blood with certain liquids that have been concocted by various alchemists within the medical district that help to preserve the colour and the shape of the body, whilst also preserving their freshness for at least 3 weeks before they begin to properly decompose. As is the nature of these concoctions of embalming fluids.
In this burial, you didn't by any chance happen to put a very big rock on top of the gravesite, did you?
There was a gravestone, and the coffin was made of an elaborate and delicately printed gold-leafed coffin of solid oak wood, and it was buried as per instruction 6.5 feet.
Is this coffin gone as a whale?
Pardon?
Is the coffin gone as whale?
No, the coffin is still there. The body has disappeared.
Interesting.
The most interesting thing is that if you were to dig up the grave from above, or to look at the grave, there isn't a single mark of disturbance on the earth.
Interesting.
So we had a look through our tunnels, where we access the graveyard and tend the dead. And there is indeed disturbance underneath where this coffin laid, and the bottom of the coffin was found to be missing, along with the body.
Did it look like the coffin was opened from the inside or the outside?
From underneath.
You know,
So an
fellas,
outside.
I do believe that a lot of our questions may be answered if we go on and mosey on over to where this body used to lay.
Probably, but I do have one question. Do you know of anyone that would have something to gain from this man's body?
Leverage is the common thrown term or phrase. Unfortunately,
Sorry,
yes,
Sorry, go
above
on.
table.
I was going to say, I had to step away quickly. I don't know if the question has been asked about where he was buried, but I will let you continue on first.
We'll get to that.
And then I can ask that question if it hasn't been answered.
It hasn't been asked. No. Where was I? Yes, leverage is the commonly used term of phrase. I think you'll find that because of the importance of the nature of this individual that passed, however, there is nothing more that I can offer other than to say we found some disturbances in our tunnels where our runes keep our passageways sealed from kobold interference.
Who has access to these tunnels?
They have their own tunnels, and we try to avoid stepping in their toes, as they are supposed to avoid stepping on ours.
Okay. I asked who has access.
As far as I'm aware, the access to these tunnels underneath, the access to our tunnels that we have leading between the various cemeteries and graveyards, should only be accessible by us. The access to the kobolds' tunnels, which unfortunately intersect with ours on many different routes, should only be accessed by the kobolds. A partial truce was formed maybe 5 years back, where certain junctions are kept open just with our own doorways and seals, where we consider it to be neutral between our factions and our roles and duties under the city where we need to traverse these tunnels. There have been signs of intrusion, however,
Okay.
and the kobolds we blame for these intrusions simply because of the scratchings and the marks that they leave behind. As for where you'll find the kobolds, you'll find that their tunnels will lead back to their worm well. You will find that their tunnels lead back to the Hoard and Horn Tavern.
Now, I'm going to ask a question, and I shall try and be as sensitive as possible. And please note that I am not leveraging any suspicion on any party. What political gain would somebody get between initiating hostilities between your factions and the Kobold factions?
Are you suspicious of a third party, perhaps?
It's a possibility.
Well, considering all of the evidence that we have gathered, it does appear to be pointing towards the kobolds. However, in regards to what someone external might gain, once again, there would be political leverage against the medical district or against the council itself. This one particular council leader, whom has wished to stay anonymous because of the nature of the incident. Public shame and embarrassment isn't a good look for those on the city council, hence the requirement for discretion.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I suppose a good starting place would be to have a look and see where this chap was buried.
Very
Might be able
well.
to track back from there.
Very well. And he leans in to where the bookcase is. If anyone is trying to keep an eye open, now is your time to roll your perception checks.
Okay,
Hell yeah.
fuck's sake.
19.
No! That was about to be a 19!
I've had that happen on more than a few occasions.
Ah!
1, but I got a 19
No.
that time.
I only got a 7.
I got the 12.
Jeff got a 16.
Okay. So for those that have rolled above a 16, or 16 or above, I should say,
Yep.
you notice the title of the book that he pulls back. The Art of Solace. As he pulls this book back, there is an audible click that you all hear. And where the table stood before you slowly sinks to ground level. If you would all care to step on the table as he shuffles the book into the bookcase, the guest book, and the ink into the bookcase, into their little cubby holes.
Yep.
Alright.
May
you
as
all-
well.
Yep.
It's long enough and wide enough to fit you all without any issues. But the gentleman says, I won't be travelling with you. I will not fit on here. Plus, I have my own means to get to the bottom anyway. You hear a second click from the book as he pulls it back. And there is a gentle shudder beneath your feet, and you hear the sound of steam venting from various pipes, and the feel of the table slowly lowering, as though the platform itself was an elevator of sorts. Down and down it goes. Maybe you're not quite sure, but you would estimate it to be about 50, maybe 60 feet down. And it sinks to the ground level as you enter what is the catacombs underneath the Palapala Mortuary. And there, standing before you, is the same gentleman with a grin. He looks at you and with a click of his fingers, changes the outfit in which he's wearing. No longer is he wearing the top and tails of before, but this time he's wearing something more deliberate that can easily get through potentially wet or muddy dirt, soil, and not really show too much in the way of staining upon the clothing. And he looks at you all and says, "This way, please," and begins to lead you up through these narrow catacombs and tunnels. As he gets to a certain point, he stops, he looks at the wall that is before you, and he basically places his hand on one of the runes and pushes gently. A rock slides or rolls backwards. And as you're walking through, you can see the various steam pipes and copper pipes running up and down all of these different tunnels, like with as though this heat or water or whatever they're carrying has important places to go to. Eventually they die off as you continue moving through the tunnels. And you realise you haven't seen any pipes now for maybe a quarter of a mile before he comes to a stop. And before you, you see a small dirt pile on the floor just off to the left of the tunnel. And as you look up, you see the emptied bottom of a coffin with nothing in it other than the velvety inlay that is on the sides and pinned, and the lid firmly closed. What would you like to do? As he bids his farewell and simply says, "I'll be waiting back at the entrance."
Did I investigate the scratch marks that he was talking about?
You can
I help with
indeed.
that?
You can also help with that, yes. If you would like to roll me an investigation with advantage.
Certainly. Okay. Right. So it's either a 7 or 4.
That was so
Wow.
close to a 20.
If I also help, can he get double advantage?
No.
Would I be able to use my heroic inspiration on one of them?
You can indeed.
Okay. Come on. 5 times the charm. Give me a decent roll.
Oh
You know
no!
what's better than the rest? It's better than the rest, to be honest.
My God, what is going on with D&D Beyond tonight?
On an 8, you indeed see these claw marks, scratches. They do indeed look like they are kobold scratch marks. Does appear that the kobolds may have taken this body. But
Would
that's
one of
all
you
you can
gentlemen
glean.
like to check these out? My visual senses appear to be malfunctioning tonight.
I'll try. I'm curious to see if that's better with a 23. I'm curious to see whether they look sort of random, as if sort of like the kobolds have kind of been dragging the body and they're just from sort of their claws, or whether they look like they've been purposely sort of formed and put there to make it look like it was kobolds, if that makes sense.
On a 23 with your investigation, you notice several things. First, they do indeed look like kobold claw marks. They do indeed look like they were intentionally created and crafted by the kobolds as they were digging through for the base of this coffin. However, it's difficult to determine whether it was or wasn't. Very, very, very carefully placed claw marks could be intentional, but definitely look like they were naturally made. As you continue scouting the area, you see a couple of track marks on the ground, as though there was something being dragged on wheels.
Well,
Mm.
see, it's kind of interesting because they certainly do look like the claws from a kobold, but I'm not entirely sure as to whether they were put there to make it look like they'd come from kobolds, or whether they are actually naturally occurring. So we can't completely rule out a third party. But there are some marks over there going towards that tunnel. Something got dragged on wheels. Most likely, this poor fella's body. Probably put on a
Yes.
trolley of some kind.
As I will repeat one phrase that I said.
Oh, sorry.
Very
My
intentionally placed claw marks.
Yes.
Should we follow the wheel marks?
With that of hearing him say that it looks like it could have possibly just been placed by something and not like actually by them.
Mm.
At a glance, being that I'm keen at doing forgeries and such, would I seen that it would have been like could have been
At a glance, it looks like it would be natural kobold placements of their claws as they were trying to open the bottom or base of this coffin. If you want to investigate and you roll a 21 or higher, you will find exactly the same information that Virax discovered.
Could I
Is
check?
the lid sealed of the coffin?
The lid of the coffin, as you're looking at it, is perfectly sealed. And if you try to press against it, you will find that there is 6.5 feet of dirt and earth undisturbed from the day that it had been buried and placed back over it.
Are there any holes? Are there any holes in the coffin itself?
Not that you can see. The only thing that you can see is the latch that automatically clicks into place when the coffin is closed for the final time. You know, the
Could
bit
I?
that reveals where the head is.
You know, fellas, has anyone checked to see if the body's actually in the coffin? Because it looks like this thing's sealed up pretty tight.
You're
That's just
looking.
what I was about to say.
You are looking up into the coffin from underneath it.
Oh,
Could I check inside the coffin to see, I'm going to try and specifically word this correctly. Could I check inside the coffin to see if there actually ever was a body in the coffin?
You
Because
certainly can try.
after what you said about the deliberate placement of claw marks, I want to see if there was actually ever a body in the coffin.
You can certainly try.
Mm-hmm.
Roll
What
your
should I roll?
investigation.
Okay. Yeah, Mum. Should I? I'm going to do it. D&D Beyond. Okay, Mum. Thank you. 18.
On an 18, you do spot the indicative signs of a body having been in this coffin, and you spot various short blonde hairs that are now affixed in some way, shape, or form to the velvet internal lining of the coffin. You also see the remnants of what can only be classed as bodily fluids smeared slightly on the lower half of the coffin side walls. But other than that, there's no indication that there wasn't a body here. There definitely was. Also, on an 18, as you're looking carefully, you also spot a strange purple stain. A dark purple stain on a very light lilac-y purple inlay.
What would I need to see if I could figure out what the stain is?
Even if you rolled a natural 20, you would not be able to determine more than definitely not naturally occurring in a body.
I point the stain out to Virix and ask if he could. I look at Virix. Would you be able to carefully cut that piece of cloth out?
Ferrex kind of saunters on over, not particularly wanting to do as he's told by an ex-police officer. If he's going to get paid at the end of this, then he kind of sucks it up. And does sort of produce a basically like a paring knife, like the kinds that you cut fruit up with,
Yep.
one of those little ones, and just sort of cuts a rectangle out around the border of sort of this stain, and then tucks it into a pocket.
Yeah,
in his jacket.
I'm not going to make you roll for that. You cut a wide enough rectangle that it takes the whole of the small stain, semi-circular in its nature, and you place it happily in one of your pockets.
If we do get out of here, then chances are one of the hospitals around here might have some chemicals that they can pour on this to try and figure out what it is.
Yes, that was my logic. Now, shall we follow these wheel tracks, or shall we go back to the vampire?
Well, we don't really have all that much to tell him that he probably doesn't already know, to be fair, so we may as well follow the wheels tracks. And then when we have a bit of information, we can go back to him.
I
And
mean,
for
yeah,
now-
we're here anyways.
Sorry?
For now, I would say keep that purple stained cloth to yourself, Virix.
Sure.
Wonderful. Is there anything else you'd like to do before you start following the tracks?
Above game, I feel like
Are there?
the DM is hinting that we're missing something.
I think so too. but I don't know what.
No, I have. It's been too long since I've read a Miss Marple book.
But I feel like it's something that's also immediately obvious, and I can't figure it out.
Are there any tracks other than the wheelbarrow tracks?
Looking
Or
around,
the wheels?
looking at the ground. Other than the wheels, there are a couple of prints, but they seem to have been disturbed in their nature somewhat. If you are going to inspect them, I am going to need an investigation.
I will.
Or if you are going to follow them, I will also require a survival.
I will investigate them first.
Okay.
Does everybody have an inspiration?
I don't.
I don't.
Okay.
No, that
I
was
assume I
the
probably
last
don't
one.
either. Okay. I'm gonna expend a luck point.
Yep.
Which didn't really help all that much. It's a 13.
Okay. On a 13, you can discern that they do indeed look like kobold prints of barefoot that have been attempted to be wiped out as they were moving away. But that is all you can determine.
Okay. Can I determine what it looks like it was wiped away by or no? Is it like one cobalt with a broom walking backwards, or?
Oh my genius! Cracked
You
the game.
determine that you determine that there appears to be two sets of kobold prints, but that is it.
Well, but I have identified some footprints that do look like these cobalts, as you call them. And it appears like they tried to hide them, but weren't all too well with it. There's more than one, and maybe one of them had a broom or something, and was trying to wipe them away, but didn't do that good of a job on it.
This is D&D, people. Cobalt and brooms.
This party is just so dumb.
You know, I want to go follow the wheel tracks, but I really have this nagging feeling that we're missing something. It's flipping obvious.
I want to go and find the kobold with the broomstick.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I want to
that.
find the kobold with the broomstick.
Well.
And I want him to be like romantically attached to this broomstick. I feel like that is the only thing that can work now. There needs to be a whole ass backstory for him and this broomstick falling in love.
And when this session is over, we demand that the DM tells us what was the obvious thing we missed on the coffin investigation.
Because we definitely have.
Yeah, we have.
We have.
The DM said that.
Yeah, it's like the fact that that Will, you asked us like 3 or 4 times, is there anything else you want to do? But I just can't for the life of me think what it is.
The footprints was the best I got.
Wait, hold up, hang on a minute. Hang on.
Yes.
The coffin?
Yes.
You said it's above us.
Yes.
How?
You are underneath it in a tunnel.
Oh, okay, so they dug up to... Right, okay. So...
Yeah.
Okay, so, but...
But there's no holes in the coffin.
There are no holes in the coffin other than the base of it, which is missing entirely.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just trying to map this out. So that I
Okay,
can
wait,
figure
hold
this
on,
out.
wait. I have a question.
Yes.
Two questions actually.
Oh, listen.
One is a funny statement. First question.
Go
How
on.
tall from the floor? Because are we standing naturally tall in this place?
From the floor where you are up to where the base of the tunnel caves over to form the tunnel roof. That is a total of about 7.5 feet.
Okay, I'm
Okay.
sorry, no kobold is reaching that.
I mean, hold on. Two kobolds.
multiple.
Are you telling me they like
Kobolds
one lives
on
on the other
other
one's
shoulders.
shoulders?
Yeah.
Is
Or
it
they brought-
feasibly possible that the
Or they brought a ladder. Who knows?
No,
Well,
so-
it could be 3, because I don't
Kobold-
think it was specified that it was specifically 2 footprints.
How many?
Okay.
Or
How
was it?
tall is a kobold? I need
About
to know.
3 foot.
4 foot. Yeah.
3
How
to
tall
4
is
feet.
a
What?
kobold?
Yeah,
Okay.
2 kobolds. 2 kobolds
So-
on one shoulder. That could work.
So yeah, so you just have 2 slightly tall kobolds. Okay.
And
So
one was on the other shoulders.
No,
Yeah.
that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. Because
that
a
yeah.
human corpse would weigh a considerable
yeah.
amount. Kobolds
So you're
aren't
going to need
strong.
loads of kobolds. Because kobolds are naturally dexterous, they're not strong. What are you trying to tell me? That there's a kobold who does steroids and goes to the gym every day?
All they
Yeah,
would
leg day.
Yeah,
All
they
they
call
would
him
have-
Ron.
All they would have to do is
All right.
open it up and let the body fall into the wheelbarrow.
Let
Yeah,
the
but
Alright,
have
body
we
be
But our
established?
kobolds
We're
are smart.
But have
Well,
we
are they
established
smart,
that it was a wheelbarrow? All we know is that it is wheel tracks. Are we thinking the wheel tracks? Are they like trolley with like a medical bay kind of wheel tracks, or are they a wheelbarrow wheel tracks? What kind of wheel
Yeah.
tracks are they?
Singular or double.
I
Yeah.
will ask you to roll a survival check to find that one out.
I feel like we're getting
Oh,
somewhere,
roll.
or we've
Who
gone the
can
wrong
roll-
way.
Who could roll this? Can we all roll this?
Well, I
I'm-
rolled a fucking 3, so I didn't get jack shit.
I will allow you to roll it with advantage, as other
yay.
people are now invested.
Natural 20!
Oh my god.
I don't need to roll then.
This has been bugging me the entire time.
Oh, look at
Kobolds
that cool
cannot-
dice.
Varex Coil with a 21. You
Yeah.
determine that this looks to be like the wheels of a medical trolley.
Okay, there is no fucking way that they just happened to perfectly place this medical trolley under this casket, cut a hole in the casket, and then just have the body drop onto the medical trolley. No. And there is also no way you cannot convince me that some kobolds let this body fall to the floor and then picked it up and put it on a medical trolley. No, sir, I do not believe it.
Are we even
There's
sure
somebody
that
else
kobolds have medical trolleys?
No, that's
but
my
that's the
point.
question.
These fuckers,
Little thieves, they could probably have stolen one.
these fuckers work in a tavern. No, sir, I do not believe it.
Nope, I
There
don't
was someone
believe
else
that.
here.
I do believe we must
We have cracked
suspect
the case.
vampires.
Oh no, I
It
don't
was the
think it was.
butler.
I don't think it was the vampires. I think it was a different party who's trying to make the vampires think it's the kobolds, that they start an interfactional war so that the city blows up.
Yeah,
That's what.
that's what I asked. Let's follow the
It-
trolley tracks.
But
Alright.
do we,
That's
but
a
do we
wonderful
want
idea.
to follow the trolley track? Oh, that's another thing. The little kobold tracks that Arias' character found, did they look the same or different to the kobold tracks that I found that I wasn't sure if they were very specifically put there or not?
They look. I'll let you have this with that investigation roll as you're looking in the same vicinity. They look to be at the front and rear of where this trolley is, staggered slightly as they're moving along with the tracks, because it does seem that whoever was placing it, those footprints in the ground on the roughly shorn soil that is underfoot, that they were clearly struggling to try and keep this trolley moving in a straight line.
But that
Almost
makes
as
sense.
almost as if
I
it
would believe
had
that.
a wonky wheel.
And that would make sense because we're like on soil, we're not on stone, so it would make sense that it would be difficult to move
And
this trolley.
a wonky
Yes.
wheel does sound like something that was stolen.
And to be fair, I could see kobolds having a medical trolley with a wonky wheel.
Yeah, no one
I
else.
could also,
Anything wonky, and I go straight to kobolds for that shit.
yeah, but I could also
does
see
make sense.
somebody wearing shoes with kobold footprints on the base of them.
I don't think anyone's going that deep. I would be so.
No,
I don't think
I could.
anyone.
I don't know. I could. Actually, that's the point. Is it well known that the vampires and the kobolds don't get along?
There
In the
has
city?
been some tensions that have
Okay.
come to light in the past, but for the
So
most
it's-
part, it's kept under wraps a lot.
So I mean,
Is it
depending
me?
on who you are, it's potentially known.
Is it me, or is the DM being very vague with these answers?
Yeah. he
Yeah,
is.
no, yeah.
And it's so annoying. I still
Let's
feel like
follow the
we're
track.
missing. I still feel like we're missing one key point here.
Nope.
Wait, are we not? Have we actually found everything out?
You've actually
Yeah,
found all of the information out
Oh,
at
thank
this
fuck for that.
investigation
I would have
site.
guessed.
Oh,
Oh
thank
my
God.
god.
We still
It
need
does
to
make
figure
sense.
out. We still need to figure out whether we're following the wheels or whether we're following the kobold tracks.
So
The wheels are going with the kobold tracks.
Yeah, they're going with the.
Oh yeah,
tracks.
they are. So yeah,
Yeah.
Follow the
Yeah.
wheels.
Yeah.
He has been trying to elude us in that direction.
he has. Yeah,
By the yellow collar.
As you-
follow the wheel brick road.
As you follow
Yeah,
the
like that.
wheels, you move further into the tunnels. No longer is there the torchlight of flames that lit these tunnels as you head deeper following these tracks.
Yeah, you
For
should turn
those-
the lights out.
You're no longer in, it seems, the tunnels of the tunnels that the Palapala Mortuary use.
I light my lamp,
Yeah, because I don't have dark vision.
You
which
light
is
your
weird
lamp.
for a construct. Yep.
You'd think a robot would.
Mm-hmm.
I have a dark vision to 120 feet.
I need to
Nice.
look up if I have dark vision.
For those that have dark vision, for the most part, you are only seeing shades of grey with the occasional little black shadowy like thing jutting out every so often from the walls. It is confusing for the majority of you with dark vision. For those that have the torchlight, your torchlight goes about 60 feet. And
No.
about 30 feet from that, so of that 60 feet, 30 feet is dim light.
No. My oil lamp is a 15-foot radius. Dim
Yes,
light for 30.
okay, in that case then it's even less than what I was giving you.
Dude,
Well done.
why would you do that?
Yeah, no, brother, I ain't got no dark vision.
Magad, you could have just let him talk, and we could have had 60 feet of vision. Fuck you.
No, but I'm trying
What
to make this.
what happened to
I'm trying
whole,
to make this
destroyer
lovely for the
PM part?
listeners.
As you
What?
continue on your journey, following these tracks, let's get a perception check from whoever is at the front of the party. I'd also like to get a marching order, if I may, because
I think-
this is a very narrow tunnel.
I'd like to go in front.
I'd also
Alright.
like to go in front. I am tanky.
Same.
Jeff is going to
Okay.
be wherever the light is.
I was going to say,
Uh,
I'll take up the rear. I don't mind.
I will roll a d20 with the other tank of the party who wants to go in front. Whoever gets the highest goes in front.
Whoever goes
All
up
right.
front, I will give you advantage then.
I was going to say that I'd go up front, being that I have a higher range of vision. I can see things a little quicker and warn y'all.
I'll let you roll with advantage. Roll me a perception check, please.
All right.
As these tunnels continue on. The ground beneath your feet changing from soil to stone. The walls changing from compacted soil to loose soil and gravelly stone that is chunky in places, uneven surfaces. What did you roll?
14.
Is that with advantage?
Yep.
Oof. You continue following the trail, and then
I might get us all killed. We don't know.
and the trail suddenly stops. You actually move on about 50 feet before you realize that the tracks are no longer underfoot. And turning back and arriving back at the point where the tracks suddenly stop, you don't really notice too much in the way of a disturbance from this point. Although, if anyone would like to roll an investigation check,
I'll investigate.
go for it.
You know what? Why
will too.
not? I'll investigate with my -1. Never
Well-
mind.
Somebody got
Don't worry, guys. I got this.
Another
I-
14.
On a
14.
14,
I
okay,
got 18.
okay. On an 18, you notice. On a 14, you notice that there is a slight disturbance in one of the side passages, in the tunnel in the wall. Like there is a faint something here where stone has ground against other stone. But on an 18, you notice a very fine crack that runs all the way from the ground to the ceiling and then back down, maybe 2.5 feet wide.
Hmm.
At this point, though, the tunnels are very, very narrow, and the roof has come down to about 6.5 feet in height, and you're having to sort of duck and dodge side to side to avoid some of the larger pointed stone rocks that are jutting out from the ceiling and the walls.
I am going to take my cane and sort of twist the head of it, and it kind of undoes with a click. And I pull out a rapier and I just run it along the sort of crack that I'd seen, seeing if anything sort of loosens. Don't know if anything will.
There's a slight shifting of some dirt that was lodged in there, but other than that, not much.
That's disappointing. Oh well.
What would you like to do?
Hmm.
Are the wheel tracks still beneath us?
They have stopped literally at this spot.
Okay. I will
don't-
turn to Virit.
They do not appear to move in towards this spot in the wall. They just stop.
Okay, I will turn to Virix. You're more attuned with your natural environment. The tracks have stopped. Why don't you have a look around and see if you can't see something that a gentleman thief such as yourself might notice?
I just look at Kane and go, I'm not sure whether I should be offended or not.
Oh, be quiet, little brother.
We'll get back to that at some point.
Gun pulls out of the holster.
I would like to cast Find Familiar,
Ooh,
Ooh, interesting.
Okay.
ooh.
and I am summoning an imp.
As you cast Find Familiar, describe what you do and how you do it.
He, being a good old Southern boy, is quite a unimaginable thing for him to be doing, but he, in the best way he knows how, he is going to draw a pentagram in the dirt, and he is
Where
gonna start
in the dirt?
chanting. I would say probably in front of the footprints. This would
Right.
be
Okay.
a small pentagram.
Good to know. Carry on.
I feel like you're gonna use that for something bad now. He's gonna start chanting, "Spawn of the devil, come out and serve me for all the wonderful times I name thee Wilson." He's gonna like clap it. He's gonna, like, clap his hands.
Fucking Wilson!
Wilson.
I got the Wilson. Wilson the imp.
Wilson the imp. Oh,
This
Oh
imp.
my god.
This imp appears. Puff of smoke, looking slightly pissed. I need you to roll a dex save for me.
Oh
He's
my.
gonna kill us all.
it has buck teeth and dungarees, right?
Pretty much.
Okay,
Ding, ding, ding,
does
ding,
a
ding,
10
ding.
save? If not,
10
I use
a 10?
my last luck point.
What's your armor class?
A 14.
I'll let you know if it saves in a moment.
Oh
Better pull it out,
no!
boy.
No!
He cast Disintegrate.
For real, can you imagine? It's secretly he summoned a beholder.
It fits. It's a deck
He-
save. It fits.
So
Yeah, it really
your
does.
dex save, you are not quick enough, basically. This imp slaps you around the face. Doesn't do any damage, but he slaps you around the face, and in Abyssal, all you hear is, "Don't call me Wilson!"
It's gonna stop playing
Well-
banjo in a minute.
Well, my friend, I only really caught a part of that, but I do apologize for any misgivings there. I did rather think that Wilson would be a fitting name for you.
I told
got
you,
three.
and this is now translated back into common at this point. I told you my name is Williamson.
Oh, I do apologize, Williamson. It does where I come from. It does rather sound like Wilson, and I do apologize for that. I'll not misname you again, my friend.
Good. Now, what's the matter? You only summon me when you want someone to keep you company, or you got some kind of little heist you're up to. So what
Well,
is it? Heist
You
or
see,
company?
well, I mean, I do have this dashing bag of rogues next to me, and they are rather good company. I do prefer you a lot more, Williamson. But no, it would be a heist of a form. We have been contracted to find a body, and we're kind of at a dead end. You see, if you look on the ground, there are some tracks that just kind of like stop here right in front of this
You called
cracky
me
bit.
here because you lost a trail. You called me here because you lost a trail. And now
this
you want
demon is
me.
Well,
human.
Now you want me to help you find it again. Is that right?
well, that would be an accurate synopsis of the situation.
Well,
But
I wish
I
you'd get
do
to
I
the
do
point
enjoy it.
quicker.
You know, my mama always told me.
What do you
Happy
need?
now.
What do you need of me? What do you want me to look at? Come on.
Well, I was wondering if you could just fit in this here crack, and take take a gander to see if you see any cobalt footprints or any other kind of misgivings there. I figured it'd be a perfect task for someone of your small stature, Williamson.
How small do you think this imp is?
It's probably about like 4 feet.
I love this character so much.
The imp just
I
looks
hope
at
Jeff
you.
never dies.
The imp looks at you, looks at what you're pointing at, sees the hairline crack, looks back at you. Now, my friend, I don't think I can fit through there. Anything else?
Can one of us just like pick the imp up and just try and stuff him into the crack in the wall?
Please, can I do it? Please, let me. I have so much strength. Let me do it.
I'm being completely honest above table.
Yeah.
I did not realize that it was a hairline crack.
Why do you think that 10 minutes ago I tried to run my rapier through it to see if I could dislodge anything, and all Will said was some dirt comes out, but that's literally it. And then you had the bright spark idea of putting a fucking imp through it.
This is D&D, people. My jaw hurts.
We'd need Flat Stanley to get through that.
I think even Flat Stanley would struggle.
Oh my god!
As to why you asked me how big I thought the imp was.
That was why I asked you, and you were like, "Oh, it's only 4 foot." That's why I started almost wetting myself. So I was like, yeah, that's the point.
Just do me a favour and roll for the imp's arcana.
Oh god.
I still think Kane should try and just drop kick the fucker into the crack through of the wall.
Please. I will do it.
I will assist you.
Yeah.
So please roll for the Imp's Arcana.
Oh
my
working on
God.
it.
So it'll be a D20.
What's an imp's modifier? I got a okay, that would be a +0. All right, is that 8?
8. The Imp sort of starts looking at this stone rock that's on the wall. Nope. Can't see anything. Not from this side, anyway.
Well, Williamson, since you're here,
Yeah.
do you just want to like go up yonder and try and find some cobalts with a body, maybe a medical cart somewhere, and just report back to me?
You want me to wander up the dark tunnel? Sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're
Can
from
you-
hell or wherever, so you're probably pretty used to being in dark, cramped, dank places. No offense.
Yep, all good. All right. Okay, fine. I will wander up the hallway.
I do
Whatever.
appreciate you, Williamson. You're such a pal.
And he starts trotting off up the tunnel further and further and further. 1 second.
Could I have a look around this part of the tunnel to see if I can find any clue as to where the tracks have gone, or any hidden doors or mechanisms? Since we can't get out.
I mean,
an
you
instant
know
trap.
that there is a hidden door here. You've kind of determined that already.
Right. Can
I
look
will
for
allow you
mechanisms?
to roll an investigation check to look for a mechanism of some kind.
Don't do me dirty, D&D. Come on.
Can I assist him in this?
Yes, you can if you wish to roll with advantage on that.
Okay, I got a 16. 16 then.
On
16.
a 16, your investigation reveals that there is a carved rune, very faint, like just the tip, just tiny little chip in a carved rune on this door.
Point. I'm going to press the carved rune.
Now you're starting to see why I asked where you were carving the pentagram. You press on the carved rune, and as you do so, it begins to glow, sickly green in colour, with an energy that is not seeming to be welcome.
I'm colorblind.
Are you?
Oh my God.
He is now.
Look at that pretty orange light. It's beautiful.
Suddenly he finds out that just everything is in black and white. Out of nowhere, it's like some filter has just come down over his eyes. It's
Yeah.
a
on
new
the wrong
software
settings
update.
Yeah, oh my God.
I am going to give you all a few seconds to determine what you are going to do as this starts to brightly flash.
Back
I'm
off
gonna-
immediately.
I'm going to draw my glaive.
Okay.
I'm a light a cigar and start
I-
walking away.
I'm going to stand behind one of the warforges.
Here, you can stand behind the tank because this warforged is backing away with Kane.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
we gone. We out of here.
We already made a deal about an hour earlier that if you guys fucked around with stuff, we were going to leave. So
Yeah, no. We're going
we've
to find
started to back up.
As the rest of you are backing up, one of you is pulling out a glaive, and the other one is still touching the rune. Because I have not heard you say you drop your hand. The one that is holding and touching the rune, I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw, please.
A Constitution saving throw. Oh, wonderful! I'm dead, aren't I?
I just hand Omega and Turtle's characters smoke each and just offer them a light.
Just start smoking.
I rolled a 9.
My guy would have moved back as well, seeing the light.
Yeah. So
You rolled
on
a
a
9, you're smart.
9, on a 9, this rune seems to attach a couple of green wispy tendrils around your arm, and it begins to reach in under your skin,
Metal.
under the metal of your plating. It doesn't matter. It reaches in under your skin, and you can feel it as though it's trying to read who you are. There is a sharp pain as you take a total of 3 points of necrotic damage.
Ouchies.
That's what you get for trying to be a hero.
And
shut
then
up,
it
Fly Second.
fades.
How well do you think this door would stand up to an Eldritch Blast?
You're more than welcome to give it a try.
Oh, for
Wait.
fuck's sake.
Can
But
I
it's
just
about-
point something out?
This time that
Before-
Williamson's coming back.
Can I point something out before you do an Eldritch Blast?
Sure.
We are in a tunnel underground.
It's not a fireball. Be thankful.
We are in a tunnel underground.
No, you two are in a tunnel underground. We're all running.
No, you've backed off just far enough that you wouldn't be hurt by this.
Yeah, no, of course.
I'd be
Can I
sticking around
actually-
just to watch their demise.
Oh yeah, I've not
Oh,
ran
yeah.
away too far. I was only kidding.
I'm gonna try something actually. If they're gonna Eldritch Blast a door, DM, I'd like to try and use, if I have it, I'm pretty sure I do because it's part of my race. Shape water. Does shape water just make it appear? Cause water.
No, you would need to have water there to better use it on.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, I do have create or destroy water.
There you go. You can then create the water and then shape the water.
Mhm.
The only problem is I'm gonna create 10 gallons. I don't want to create 10 gallons of water.
I'm pretty
So-
sure that would flood where you're
Yes.
standing.
Yeah,
So-
probably.
I have a water skin, so can I use the water for my water skin
That would be good enough, yeah.
Yes.
to isolate the rune? If the rune is gone or faded, I won't do it.
It's still got a faint glow to it.
Can I
Glowing orange.
cover the rune in water, like make a water bubble around it?
You can certainly try, although I'm not sure how. Though you are using shape water, yes.
I could just freeze it.
Okay.
I'll just freeze it.
Okay. So you do that. Now what?
If you want to shoot the door, go on. I done my job, guys.
He's gonna turn. Joseph's gonna turn to Williamson. He's just gonna be like, hey, my friend,
Oh, no.
you're back.
Yes. I'm back.
What did you find?
More tunnels, forks in the road. Nothing else really. Couple of weird,
no cobolts.
no kobolds. Couple of weird sort of passageways with tiny little holes up at the top that lead off elsewhere. But other than that, not much. Not much. Not much.
Interesting. So, Williamson,
And you
Uh,
see him pull out from a random pocket on his rags that he's wearing a small copper piece that he then just bites into.
That's such a mood.
Honestly.
well, that is a good chew toy for you, my friend. So Williamson, see, we've made a development in the case. All right,
All
there's
right.
this door, and we can't necessarily get through it. You see, and he points to the wall where the rune is. There's a rune right there, and it won't let us in. Probably because we're not kobolds. But you're about the same size and overall stature.
That's not how that
God,
works.
no. No,
So
no.
if you would be so kind as to just give that a little press there and see if you can get in for us, that would be much obliged there, Williamson.
You lot really that dumb.
Whoa, careful now, Williamson. You're starting to sound a lot like my pa.
I think your pa was right.
Right,
For
fine.
once, I'm inclined to agree with my brother.
Oh God, no, stop it.
What would the imp's investigation be? What is the imp's intelligence score?
An 11.
An 11, so it's +0 then.
Yep.
For an 11. Nope. Can't see anything.
Okay, I've got an idea. Who's the other tank in the party?
Me,
What's your strength?
17.
Okay, I've got a strength of 18. What if we both placed our hands into this? Shut up, Sky, before I say it. What if we both placed our hands into the crack and tried to use the strength to pull open this door?
Sure, we can try that.
Shut up, Sky.
My
Brilliant.
brain didn't even go there until you said "shut up, Sky," and then well, here
Brilliant.
we are.
Let's get a couple of strength checks from you then, please.
Oh God.
Trying to stretch the hole.
I got 4 and I rolled a 12 and a
This is D&D, ladies and gentlemen.
You manage with that 17 to begin to roll this stone into what appears to be a hollowed out section of the inside of the wall. And it rolls with relative ease as the grinding of stone against more stone seems to echo throughout these tunnels. And on the other side, you can see what appears to be a trolley that has indeed been turned on its side. There also appears to be another set of tracks that leads further in to these tunnels on the kobolds' territorial side.
Oh dear. Are we going through or are we
Well,
standing here?
well, fellas, it appears to see as if the tracks we've been looking for, and also the probably but allegedly ill-gotten art is here. So I say we charge on forward. Williamson, lead the pack.
Ah, put the smallest up front, why don't you? Come on in, follow me. And he begins to lead the way.
We've got an imp as a tent.
God,
He's gonna lead into a trap.
I really wish you let me keep his name as Wilson.
I'm not stopping you.
You got a pretty mouth, boy.
Is it so that when he dies, you could scream Wilson?
I didn't think about that, but that's a great opportunity.
God damn it.
I'm going to follow behind Wilson just to offer a little bit of protection.
You know, I'm gonna
This is
go
the
back.
dumbest thing that I have ever done or been a part of.
Moving on.
Don't lie, Sky. I'm taking you for worse when you've been my DM.
That's true, actually.
I'm going back with Verix and I'm chilling, smoking at the
Yeah,
back.
I was going to say Virex has been watching all of this, and he's just puffing on the cigar, having a great time, sat by himself. I mean, he's following, but this is beneath him.
Yep. As you continue on moving through the tunnels, these tunnels, having been built by the kobolds and paved and mapped by the kobolds, seem to be more structured in an engineered way. There is
Smaller.
scaffolding. They are indeed smaller. Maybe only 5 foot now. So some of you are probably bending over at this point.
I definitely am.
Me and
Yeah.
Virex definitely are, yeah.
6'4", so yeah, he'd be crouched a bit.
Yep. I'd say if you're all crouched and moving, it's half your movement. As you crawl along this tunnel. And eventually you start to hear chittering. Coming from all different directions. As you step out of this passageway into what appears to be a slightly taller room.
Is it tall enough that we can now sort of stand back upright again?
Yes.
Okay.
Without a
Thank
doubt.
God.
Yeah, because that was starting to hurt my circuitry.
Bite my shiny metal ass.
As you enter this room, the first thing you notice is that this isn't kobold tunnels. In fact, you can actually see the sealed kobold tunnels all around. You also see a different seal, a different rune, a mark of containment on another couple of passages that appears to be vampires' paths from the Palapala Mortuary to another part of the town. It does appear that this seems to be neutral ground of sorts. One of those rather annoying tunnel crossings under the city. But the thing that strikes you all the most is the body-shaped white cloth that is laid over something vaguely body-shaped, human, maybe about 5'6" in length.
Jeff is going to take the cloth off.
And there you see it. The body that went missing.
Hmm.
Would anyone
Well,
like to do anything at this point?
I want to check for traps. I think the body's been trapped. As in
I've seen
booby
horror
traps.
movies. My people would die first.
I will allow you to roll your investigation check to check for traps.
My people would die first. Fucking hell. 15.
The only traps that you see are the traps that are carved in runes on the cobbled and Palapala Mortuary tunnel routes.
What
Just-
colour is the corpse's hair?
Blonde.
you're colorblind. You can't see it.
It is blonde. For those that can't see in colour, it is a very light grey.
Yeah, it's a grey-haired corpse.
Well, Williamson, I do appreciate your help. If I could just get one last thing from you, my friend.
What's that?
Can you drag that body away from where it's positioned currently?
Jesus Christ. This imp is being
I ain't-
abused by you.
I ain't touching that thing. It's unstable.
Unstable how?
Well, look for yourself. Can't you see it?
We are looking. What are you seeing?
I want to cast Detect Magic.
You cast Detect Magic. The room around you, where the walls are, where the runes are, all start glowing brightly. Various entrapments, containment spells, runes, etc. The body itself doesn't seem to give off any glow.
Guys,
I would
this
like to.
entire room is magic.
Well, I mean, we know that from the runes anyway. So that bit's fine.
Could I
The
use my
chittering,
divine sense?
the chittering and chattering seems to get louder.
Yeah,
With
that's not
that,
great.
Severin is going to reach down. He would have had his cane in his left hand.
Yep.
Reach for his cane as if he was like reaching for a sword, and as he does, he goes to pull away without taking his cane. This being how he does it, he essentially conjures a shadow blade into his hand as he's now realizing, oh, we might have to fight, so I better get armed just in case. And he essentially cast Shadow Blade.
Okay.
If it gets close enough.
Jeff is gonna cast Concealed Shot and grab his sawed-off double-barrel shotgun,
Fair enough.
and he's gonna pull it out, and he's gonna walk slightly closer to the body and begin investigating it.
Roll me an investigation check, please.
That's a 12. As he's investigating it, he's gonna poke the corpse with his shotgun.
Excellent. You poke
Oh.
the corpse
No.
with your shotgun, and underneath the skin, as you do so, there seems to be something underneath moving.
Is it moving where he's
As
poking?
Yes, it's moving around where you're poking. As you continue to investigate the body on a 12, you see on the chest is another rune.
Could I
that
please
has
cast
been
my...
carved into it.
Oh God! Could I cast my divine sense to see if I can detect any celestials, fiends, or undead, or to find if in any area has been consecrated or desecrated?
The body feels like it has an aura of desecration. But other than
Oh,
that, nothing. The
I would.
chittering enters the room. You see a small circle of kobolds come out from various holes that were hidden in the walls, holding no armor, no weapons, chittering away, suddenly stopping as they see all of you.
Jeff is gonna stand up and turn to the kobolds, and he's gonna take his hat off and tip it and give him a little bow, and he's gonna say, "Hey, well, welcome, dear kobolds. Do you guys by any chance have anything to do with this here dead man on the ground?"
Nope, wasn't us.
Are you sure?
It was not us. I can promise you that. Nope.
Does it feel like they're lying at all?
You can roll as an insight check if you wish.
I do wish. And
Then
that's
do
another
so.
12.
They seem to be telling the truth.
Okay. Well, have you seen any strange wanderings or happenstances or
We keep
anything of that like?
we keep telling the vampires that this is our tunnels, and anything that they move through here is our business, and we need to know about it before they do. I can tell you now that they have moved. I think they've moved. Someone else chirps in. We believe they moved. We believe they moved this here body from wherever it was buried and dumped it here.
Well, that's convenient because we found kobold scratch marks and kobold footprints by the
Wasn't
previous.
us.
Well, I'm not saying issue, but we found kobold footprints and scratch marks by this corpse's coffin. So if it wasn't you and it wasn't the vampires, somebody's playing both of you for fools.
Who is watching the body at this point?
Jeff is gonna turn back around to the body after he's done saying what he's saying.
You see a small purple tendril begin to
Jeff is gonna
try
shoot
and
it.
poke
Ew.
its way out of this body.
It's a mind flayer.
Jeff
Ew,
would like
gross.
to shoot it with his double barrel shotgun.
Roll to attack. Bearing in mind this body is prone at range, that will give you disadvantage.
Oh, at disadvantage?
Yeah,
Oh,
Okay.
it's a ranged
I'm
weapon.
going to. You are
Shotgun.
so right, and I'm going to expend a luck point and give myself advantage, aka, I
Straight
suppose,
roll.
just a third normal roll, which
Yep.
would be a 22,
22 hits. As
and that's 11
you...
damage.
Yes, please. As you shoot, a number of things happen all at the same time. You see the entrance of a couple of the Palapala Mortuary grave tenders arrive at the tunnel's intersection. This tendril pokes its way out from the body, from the upper arm. And just as it does so, the rune on the body begins a bright flash. As you are shooting this at point blank range, you are temporarily blinded by this flash, and this purple tendril seeks its way back inside the safety of the body itself.
Did I hit the tendril?
You did indeed hit the tendril, and with an 11 points of damage, doesn't seem to have had any effect on it. It does, however, seem to have punched a hole in the body itself. And with this new hole now in the body, you see the purple tendrils begin to knit itself together again inside where you blasted through the body.
Intriguing.
Could I shoot the new hole while it's being stitched?
You certainly can, but it's at this moment the grave tenders that have appeared are looking at you all in horror. Stop!
Dear grave folk, I know what we are doing may look very not good in your eyes.
The kobolds, at the same time as you're saying this, are moving in towards you as you are attempting to speak. They are also chittering and chattering away amongst themselves, but they also turn up and say, "Stop! This body is ours!" The grave tenders. This body belongs to Palapala and should remain with us.
You all can keep the body, but there is something inside that body that ain't going to belong to any of you.
And what happens if you destroy the body?
Well, that would be an unfortunate hurdle for sure.
Instant cremation.
I believe our number one priority is getting rid of whatever purple tentacly thing. You said
You can't.
What? And why is that?
The grave tenders look at you. There is no getting rid of this. It's unstable. It's not right. It's not right. And those nasty kobolds should never have had it in their possession at all. We had it stable, whatever this was. We had it contained. We continue to wish to keep it contained. Let us have the body back. The kobolds looking around. It's ours. You're moving it through our tunnels, and we need to have this body because this is unequivocal proof that you are doing bad things in the Palapala, in the medical district. The grave tenders turn and they look at the kobolds with a passion in their eyes of hatred as this is beginning to escalate between them. What are you doing?
I'm going to shoot the corpse, and then I'm going to smite it.
Roll an attack.
I'm going to hold my trident out towards if anyone comes any closer.
Does a 24 hit?
24 does hit. Roll your damage, add your smite.
Right, so it's 8 damage, and then the smite will be 10 points of radiant damage.
Okay. You begin to desecrate and decimate this body. As you do so, part of your attack erases the containment rune and breaks it that is on the chest. You see before you some purple tendrils begin to climb out from the body. It does not wish to be here, and it starts to bury itself into the ground underneath the city of Veridia.
Can I grab it?
Yeah, no, can I also try and grab it?
You're more than welcome to try. I will let you choose how you wish to grab it. Athletics, most likely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose. That's a 9.
That misses.
Oof.
23
18 plus 5.
for a total of 23. Okay, let me make a roll on this one. And that is going to be with a +7.
Excuse me.
On a total of 14. As you manage to grab it, it feels cold. Almost like a complete void of heat. It slithers through your hands somewhat, but you manage to keep a slight grip on it. However, as you do so, you will take a total of 5 points of cold damage.
Cold damage. Okay, I'm not resistant to that, sadly. Alright. Just gonna keep a hold of it, look back at anyone. Well, if you guys keep containing it, contain it now!
Too late. One of the grave tenders turns and says, "The kobolds are retreating. They are backing into their tunnels. They do not want any part of this." The grave tenders, also moving hurriedly through, do not want any part of this. Too late. Too late, they mutter.
Well,
if you
come on,
unleash-
you bag of cowards.
And this thing
Well-
slips from your grasp
Oh,
and sinks into the ground, moving out of sight.
was it close enough for an opportunity attack?
I would say you can if you wish.
Okay.
I mean, I'm grappling it, so I might as well. It's going out of my range.
Mm-hmm.
Is that only melee for opportunity attacks?
Yes, it's only melee.
Okay.
I did have my.
It's probably not gonna hit anyways. 12.
That misses.
I can only make
That's
this an unarmed attack, right? Because I'm grappling it with my hands.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And that
8.
misses. That misses as you attempt to give it another splatting or whacking or whatever the case may be. It sinks
whacking.
into the ground. You don't know what that was, but it was certainly believed to be unstable. Whatever it may have been. You're
Gonna bring
only
this
ever.
word to him.
And there is the body. Just left there, remaining as it was. Now with several shotgun wounds bored through the body itself. Body now desecrating and beginning to decompose before your eyes at a slightly rapid rate.
That's
Well,
not natural.
I do reckon that these here mortuary folks are up to something shady. I do think that the kobolds may have been up to something. And just judging based off of how they've seemed, they probably did have something to do with it, honestly. But we found the body. That was indeed our goal and our thing, And I feel like it may not be our problem anymore.
One
I
of
don't
you,
know about that.
one of you in the party begins to hear a faint hum and a vibration within your chest. The
Wonder
ex-grey mantle.
Oh dear.
Oh my.
Oh, that's certainly an interesting discovery. Oh, by the way, this thing still works. You hear this voice reverberating around inside you.
The hell? Clang clang.
Oh,
Is that?
great. The rust bucket is bugged.
Damn it, we got a spy in our midst.
Nope,
Don't look
no
at me.
spy. Just function we added to our Warforges a while back. Stopped using it since, but considering he was of the older model, I was wondering if it had been deactivated or not. It's James, by the way. Hi.
I feel
James!
very violated.
Oh, we
Oh.
can only communicate through this thing. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. And it sounds weird. It's echoing through his body. It's echoing through the Warforged body. Anyway.
Hey,
Honestly, I like to think it's more of that as James speaks, you see Hexalon's mouth move before with his voice, then it gets taken over as Hexalon starts to speak.
Yep, pretty much.
I was thinking of the
James.
gadget phone.
James, we found your body here. Can we bring it back? Can we get our reward?
Yep. That was what was said. Have you been discreet? Well, we haven't heard any rumours up here, so that's good. Anyway, long story short, just thought I'd see if this was still working, but wasn't expecting an update on it so soon.
Well, the grave folks and the kobolds are hiding something, and some kind of creature was residing in the body, which is rapidly decomposing.
Now, this isn't secure. This isn't a good line to be speaking about that sort of thing here. Let's nip this conversation in the bud, shall we? Are you perhaps in the tunnels by the sounds of the echoes of your voices? One of the intersections. Did you say an intersection between the kobolds and the grave turners?
Yes.
Wonderful. Right, I think we've got you pinpointed. There's only 3. We'll send some grey mentals down to each one to recoup this problematic body of yours. Shall we?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
I want some answers.
You want some what?
We want some answers.
Oh, you do you?
Question.
Oh, yeah, go on.
No, just him.
No, above table.
I'm good. I'm good.
Above table?
The body is, with the fact that the body is rapidly decomposing,
Yes.
would I be able to cast Ray of Frost on it to freeze the body so it wouldn't further decompose?
I will allow this. Yes.
It is turning it in. It is literally freezing the body. So yeah, I don't have access to any I don't have any.
Yeah, you don't have the druidic gentle
Yeah, I don't
repose
have
or
gentle
anything like
repose
that.
or yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Go
do
ahead.
I even bother hitting with trying to hit it and all that, or just say that it does it because it's a cantrip?
It's a cantrip. I'll say it hits. It's fine. And you do indeed freeze the body in place in its current
He would have
state.
definitely been looking at it and be like, well, the way it's going, I'd rather have a body for them to grab. So he just puts his hand out and moves his hand over as a beam of ice and all that, and ice and air just bathes it in frost.
Yep.
That should give him some thing
Time.
left to claim. And another one. Would I have had any good line of sight on the grave tenders that were there? Like on how they look and all?
Yeah, they all look rather horrified that this thing was coming out. Whatever this was. They
Okay.
roll an insight for me. We'll say this was in the heat of the moment that you were making this check.
Insight.
Yep.
A dirty 20.
Nice. You, from their body language, determine that neither the kobolds nor the grave tenders were expecting something like this should the body be discovered. You could tell there was fear in their eyes because whatever this was very, very unstable. And
Yeah.
you could also tell that the kobolds themselves have never seen anything of this nature before. You could also, with that dirty 20, determine that neither party is either A, willing to admit it was them, or B, willing to determine or blame the other party. And you realise that the words and that they were using were not accusatory, but more vague suggestion.
Would I also get the feeling that the two that knew of this weren't sharing it with the rest of their crew? Like it was something they were trying to deal with on their own.
You do get that feeling that it was something that they were, both parties were trying to deal with on their own
So
for their
Daddy
own
Vampire wouldn't be
reasons.
too happy someone was going a little rogue.
Yeah, someone was going rogue, but you
All
can
right.
easily determine that it wasn't either of these two parties or factions.
Knew that those two basically knew of this, was trying to, as they say, contain it, but were failing, and also didn't want to let their leader know of it because they might get in trouble.
Yeah.
Good. I now have leverage.
Fair enough. It takes about 10
Well.
minutes.
I'm a charlatan, so yeah, leverage also is good for me to have.
Takes about 10 minutes before Zivrix and this other gentleman from the Palapala turn up. Zivrix is a slightly aging kobold, maybe about 10, maybe possibly 11 years of age, which for a kobold is fairly old. And the gentleman from the Palapala turns up. And beside them, each of them have a grey mantle constabulary officer standing beside them. So,
Hope you don't mind. I kind of froze what I could to keep it from further decomposing on us. Figured you'd probably want something back.
yep, it's always good to have something back. This is the 6th unstable body that we have come across. This isn't the first time. I doubt this will be the last. Every time, people have tried to destroy the bodies, and obviously that in itself is a mistake. Especially for this one.
So this is the 6th time this has happened to a body that y'all dealt with.
Yep.
And each time someone tried to handle it, but I guess possibly failed, or this is the first time it's failed.
Nope. This is the 6th time it's failed when people have tried to kill it or destroy the body. All I am willing to say is that whatever it is an unstable entity that has been caused and brought about by the simple reaction of alchemy. It's a weird mist of something. It's just everything seems to link in the right quantities, in the right way, be it through the alchemy, be it through the medical side of it, through the embalming process, through whatever it was that they may have had consumed. We don't know. But everything mixing in just the right way creates these unstable, magical residue of reactions that seems to be seeping ever more in and through this city like an infection.
Jeff is going to put his shotgun away, and he's going to turn to the vampire guy, and he's going to say, "Well, you know, as the ones testing the recovery of this here body, I think it may have been a wise decision to, I don't know, maybe like tell us about the happenstances surrounding this here body."
We had no idea that this was one of the unstable ones.
Well, two of the grave tenders.
His
knew of it
eyebrows
'cause
raise.
They were the ones who were shouting that it was being contained, though kobolds were also stating that it belonged to them. And with that, he'll do his best of what he had seen of one of them, and to further prove that what he's saying is he is going to basically, I'm going to use it as my Hexblood feature, cast Disguise Self and other than my clothing and the horns, which I'll just have those as part of this whole thing that they don't really change, he turns into a visage of one of the two that he had seen.
Very well.
Anyone
You do that.
know?
Ah,
It seems that they didn't want anyone know
Zivrix
or
steps in.
find out, so figured you might not take too kindly to secrets within your household of sorts.
Zivrix steps in. Does anyone understand Draconic?
Yes.
I do.
Nope.
Okay.
I do not.
For those that do not, all you hear is the chittering, harsh growls of Draconic language. For those that do understand it, you hear Zivrix turn around and say, "The shit that happens in my tunnels, under my turf, in my territory, belongs to the Horde and Horn Tavern. There is no way that you can bring your business under our territory, our land, our tunnel rights and access. Use them and cause chaos to blame us for what you are doing."
I turn to Silverex and say in Draconic, also, you have a few kobolds in your household who seem to know the situation down here, and as much as I respect your position on the horned, your tavern, what goes on beneath the city affects everybody, not just one individual faction.
We are well aware of the sleeping dragon. We are the ones that keep it calm. We are the ones that make sure it does not wake up and destroy this city by making sure that the tribute enters its hoard every single year. We are the ones that keep this city safe. And what they are doing, bringing this into our tunnels, is going to disturb the dragon. We cannot let it wake angry.
Granted, but this may be an opportunity for your two factions to actually come together in peace and find a solution to what is haunting these corpses, not starting a faction war over something that neither of you are responsible for.
Roll a persuasion check.
It's trying to be good. 19.
Zivrix appears to calm down slightly. So you don't think it was us?
No. But I do believe that both parties know something separately of whatever this entity is. And I think together you could work towards a common goal.
Would the spot that where the casket was at, would that be the vampire's tunnel or the kobold's tunnel?
That would have been the Palapala Mortuary's tunnels.
Okay. So yeah, Severin would have definitely said that the location of where this corpse was taken wasn't part of your tunnel system.
Nope.
So,
And our kobolds will
but
not enter theirs. My people, my my scouts, etc., they would not enter the Palapala tunnels. They have them sealed. Whereas ours remain open but restricted.
But as the big metal one over there said when he looked at it, it did seem that there were deliberate claw marks that would appear to be of your type on the bottom of the casket
Uh-huh.
from where the corpse was taken.
Well, I can guarantee it wasn't any of my people. And he says this in common.
Granted, but somebody is playing both of your parties for fools. Somebody is making it look to the Palapala as if it is the kobolds, and someone is looking to make it look to the kobolds as if it is the Palapala.
The grey mantle constabulary officers both step forward at this point. Well, I think it's best at this point in time that there are some goodbyes said amongst parties in neutral ground before this escalates any further. Grey Mantles, we will take charge of this and we will investigate it further. They look at each other as they then bend down. They cover the body back up with a sheet. They hoist it up onto what appears to be a wagon, handcart of some kind, but long enough to keep the body stretched out. Covered, of course, as they then proceed to take it up the steps and out of the passageways, leaving you and the two faction leaders behind.
Jeff is going to look at both the faction leaders and he's going to say, well, gentlemen, I do have my fair share of experience with prejudice and all that like, and I would like to just say that we all are humanoids. Now, the difference between y'all may be stark in comparison to what I'm used to, but I do reckon y'all have a lot of common similarities in your goals and whatnot. Now,
Nope.
the here grave folk, they
They need.
have their.
Before you say anything more, Siverix looks at you. The grave tenders need to stop using and digging their tunnels in our territory, and we have stopped entering their tunnels altogether. But they will not keep their end of a year-long agreement. To which the gentleman steps in and says, granted, we will continue to build our tunnel to the cemetery in the south as planned. To which Sivrix replies, yes, but you've already disturbed some of the essential heating pipeworks that we look after.
You both need to sit down and settle this amicably before it erupts into all-out war. This is a problem you could both help with. Fighting gets you nowhere.
Tried that
Gentlemen.
before.
May I suggest that you grave folk, you start digging your graves to the other side and away from the here cobalt folk.
I don't know, maybe if they do have a bit of a scrap, then it'll weed out the weak and the people with a bit more common sense might be left over.
You know, that is a rational conclusion there from an automaton, but I do believe that it may be.
That is incredibly reductionist of you, but I'll let it slip for now.
I do
It's yours.
believe that it may be better to get along amicably. We don't want a war. Granted, I don't think the cobalts would really go above
Or
ground and fight a
the
war.
gentleman,
But
the gentleman looks at you, puts his hand up, and interrupts you. There will be no
gentleman
war
in the nice
today.
suit.
Yes. There will be no war today, nor will there be one tomorrow.
It'll be the next day.
These kobolds continue to undermine our digging rights that we have lawfully acquired. The kobold Sivrix pipes in. And you continue to trespass in our tunnels uninvited.
Can
God.
I cast suggestion on both of them?
You
Oh,
can
no.
certainly try.
Okay. I need a wisdom saving throw from both of them.
Okay. Wisdom saving throw. So, from the vampire, this is with a. Okay, plus. Oh, shoot.
Yes.
That
was from the vampire, correct?
This is from the vampire, but
That's the one I was worried about. Thank God.
I know it says my character's name, but it's the only access to dice
That's
I've got
okay.
at the moment.
Mm.
That is, this is a charm essentially, isn't it?
Let's see. I would probably say so. It's an enchantment.
Yeah,
So yeah.
with advantage.
Fuck.
That is a 21 for the vampire, and for Zivrix.
Damn it.
Wait.
For Zivrix, that's a fail. That's an 8.
Well, shit.
Okay.
So Zivrix fails. What is the suggestion?
Would
Jeff?
silvery barbs work on the vampire? Oh, yeah. Attack roll, ability check, or saving throw.
You can certainly try.
We do not have another silvery bears in this household.
I have silvery barbs.
Oh my god.
This might
You
be
can
beautiful.
certainly try. What is your silvery barb?
Oh, I actually have to do something for that.
Gotta work for
If only I didn't use all my luck points.
Let's see. Is there any bit of light anywhere?
Yeah, I'd say yes. At this point in time, there was definitely.
Would Hexalon still have his lamp on? His
Well,
lantern.
you never turned it off.
All right.
Or
Well,
put it out, rather.
if so, I have a. Could I basically do it as I have a crystal ball? Just hold it in front of the lamp to cause a bit of a light show that would somewhat distract him to hopefully
Go
cause
on
it to where
then.
it'd be like.
I'll allow it. Right,
It's the only
2d20.
thing I can think of at the moment.
2d20 with advantage on the roll. That is an 18 plus 7. It's
Would
even
you-
higher.
Would you still roll advantage on with the silvery barbs, or would you just redo the one that saved?
It's a complete re-roll of the dice, isn't it?
Okay.
So,
I don't know. That'd be turtle.
The triggering creature must re-roll the d20 and use the lower.
must
and use the lower.
Oh,
Ah.
should have said
Yes.
that. So that would be 4 plus 7, 11.
That fails.
Fuck.
They both fails. Turtle, I love you.
Yeah.
You're my best friend,
I'm
Turtle.
probably gonna have
Holy
wake up
shit.
and a vampire's gonna rip my throat out.
Wait, did they become
Okay.
aware of the spell? Hold on.
Not that I know of.
What
Okay.
is the suggestion?
Jeff is gonna look. He's gonna slightly like move them closer to each other, and he's gonna say, "Gentlemen, I do believe it would be in the common interest of the city, for the kobolds and the vampires, to 1, get along, and 2, the vampires, you will move your graveyard in the northern direction, away from the kobolds. The kobolds will stay away from the vampires and go no more than where that their door was. That door needs to stay closed off, and it will never be used again by the kobolds to enter the vampires' domain. Kobolds stay on their side, the vampires stay on their side, and no one encroaches on the other side."
A piece of paper is produced that clearly states that the Southern City Cemetery grants access to the Palapala Mortuary by any given means. I heed your suggestion, good sir. But here is the city documents that do not allow me to abide by this. That Southern Cemetery is ours. And we cannot freely travel the surface during the daylight hours. So what would you suggest we do?
My
Hire some
suggestion.
workers.
Oh, go ahead.
Just because they hire some workers.
We've tried that. Most of them crack under the pressure.
Well, I know quite a few unemployed individuals in the Maya who are looking for work, and they don't care what kind of work they have. I'm sure I could get you some workers if you
That's-
promise them fair conditions.
No, you just find a necromancer, get him to bring back some skeletons and some zombies. They work for free.
To their
Even
arms
easier.
full of.
Yeah,
I
well,
like-
that's just an occupational hazard.
I
Don't
like
use
your suggestion. We will flyer the Maya and see if any are interested in managing and maintaining the Southern Cemetery for us. But the transportation of bodies above ground isn't very discreet.
True, but I'm sure you have wagons.
Why would we need them when we
Well,
when we can travel vast distances as a mist?
Well,
fair.
you can't necessarily do that with a body now, can you, sir?
Exactly, that's why we need the tunnels.
Well, I hear you, and I understand your plight. Unfortunately, due to your lack of cooperation with each other, in the best interest of the city and the people that call it home, I think it would be a mighty great idea to purchase at least one wagon so you can transport your bodies to and fro.
And you
He
will find workers
stops.
in Maya.
He stops. He hears. He listens. We shall see. And then he becomes a mist form and travels off down one of the other vampires' Palapala Mortuary's paths that's already here. Zivrix turns, looks at you all, and he pulls back his hood slightly, and you can see his snout. Reddish, greenish tinted, scaly skin of a lizard folk that is essentially a mini dragon himself. And he looks up at you, the kobold that he is. Now, can't offer you much for getting rid of him, but I can offer you free entry on Breath Night in 3 days' time.
I do love me some good free entry to your fine establishments and establishments of the like.
Breath Night is the night to behold. It's when the dragon rumbles and stirs, and yes, we know when it's going to happen. It's a regular occurrence, and those breath nights are beautiful. As he vents off, the ground shakes, and you see his smoke rising from below. Breath Night is a wonderful night to behold, and we normally charge entry. For you, as my wonderful friends, free entry for the one night.
You have drinks for Warforged there?
We have 3 different oil shots.
Mm. I'm sold.
The crude, the rude, and the prude.
One guess as to what my brother is going to drink.
Well, I am so glad that you are well acquainted with our menu.
Oh, that was above table, but I could do it as that because I could say that Severin would sometimes frequent the Horde and the Horn.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it is a place where you can gather a lot of information.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I feel like
He just
most
never-
people have probably been in
Yeah.
that tavern.
He's just never been there at
Yep.
the whole breath night.
Normally, you would try and avoid it because it would normally cost you all to get in, and
Yeah,
it's not cheap.
usually goes inside when that's when he's low on gold and all. So he's like, all right, fine, I'll go find a sleazier bar.
Well, I must be off.
Very well.
Good night.
All right.
Hey, little rat bitch, come on.
And he wanders off down one of his own tunnels.
Now, how do
Well-
we get on?
That is a good question. How do we get up?
Assuming the way we went back came in, but
Probably.
I don't know. We kind of pissed off. I think we kind of pissed off. her.
No. No, he was suggested it. I think we're chilling.
Well,
Well, why
If-
don't we just follow
if
the
it is the
tire
case-
track?
at least 3 of us will be fine on not having our blood taken. I mean,
Well, they don't drink the living. They get it
so
from
they
the blood.
say. I'm just meaning, we got 2 war forgers. Technically, don't have blood. I'm hex blood, so my blood might not be very tasty.
You're just being a vampirist. That's what it is. A pirist.
No, at this point, Severin is going to reach over with one of his sharpened nails and just cut the palm of his hand, and you're just going to see that not only is it both of his hands are essentially jet black, like if they were covered in shadow, you'd see a bit of black inky blood just start to flow. It's
Dear
not
God,
the
man, you've
most
got blue blood.
appetizing. It's not the most appetizing looking blood.
Dude,
Well-
you've got motor oil for blood. You never
It's
told me you
part of
were
a-
like us.
I'm not. It's blood. It's just
One of us. One of us.
You don't count, cop.
cursed and
As you are rolling this, I would like for someone in the party, anyone, to roll with advantage. Let's go with a history check.
I
I
got
mean,
it.
I've only got a +2 to my history, so
yours is
got a
better than
minus
mine. I
one.
only have a +1.
That's
I have a
22.
-1.
yeah, I'll try it.
It's a 22.
With
I already
advantage,
rolled.
you said.
It's a 20. I already rolled. It's a 22.
On
okay, cool.
on a 22, you recall looking around and you see some of the detail on this particular junction that you're at. And you determine that you must be maybe 10 to 15 feet below the surface. As you look at the various various rocks in the walls, you can also determine that you can recall a path that you used to travel down when you were wanting some time alone. And it led you to a chamber that, thinking back on it, is this very one. You know your way out, and you know where you'll end up in the city when you come out of the exit. And
Jess
you
is
will.
gonna look around. Oh, go
Sorry,
ahead.
go on.
Jeff is gonna look around real quick, and he's gonna be like, "Oh, I know where we're at. Everybody, gentlemen, follow me. I'll get us right out of here real quick."
Point.
And he's just gonna start heading off in the direction of the surface.
Indeed, you do. And as you emerge, you find yourself maybe half mile out from where the Horde and Horn Tavern is, and not more than maybe another quarter of a mile from the steam post hiring hall. The streets are slick with what appears to be a fresh rain that's come pouring down whilst you've been in the tunnels. And as you look up at the grey and overcast sky, you see that there is a small break in the clouds now, and it has stopped raining. But you also see that there are various vents around this, up and down this road that you're on, two of which are blasting steam out from underground. You look around and you see the busy streets of people paying you all no heed whatsoever at this point in time, and the cobblestones beneath your feet, as per usual, are always comforting to the souls. As you make your way back slowly, talking as you walk if you need to, you make your way back to the steam post hiring hall. Most of you looking a little dishevelled, but otherwise still fine, having avoided combat. You think back on how you believe you've done on this mission, discussing amongst yourselves as you walk. But eventually you reach the steam post hiring hall. And there, standing in a now almost empty hall, as almost all of the jobs have gone, and there's only a couple left remaining in small groups looking for additional work, is the clerk that originally gave you your job. Wiry, white hair in a crumpled mess, and a look of exhaustion and sweat on his brow as this gnomish figure looks up and says, "Ha! You survived. Well done. That's a first on these odd jobs like this." And then you smell it. The smell of wildflower blossoms in the air, suddenly, magically occurring. A letter floats down out of nowhere, and you hear the unmistakable sound of laughter of an archfey
Oh God.
up to mischief. Then you see another gentleman. This time he is wearing a nice three-piece suit with what appears to be a pocket watch hanging from his pocket.
I'm late.
As he steps forward with a brown walking cane, and he looks over at you. Well, now. I am merely a representative of your benefactor for this role, and I have here the coin that was promised. 100 gold pieces. But it is down to our friend to find you a suitable establishment. The Fae cheekily giggles once more. Indeed, indeed, indeed. My name is Roland. And you hear the Fae taking a mockery of this gentleman's voice and mannerisms as he says this. I am Roland, and I'm not the Archfey. Stop calling me that. I'm merely a representative like yourself. But recently there was another party in the same situation as yourselves. Not too dissimilar, but with a different mission. Both of which had vested interest from two parties. This job is no different. So I think we're going to offer you the same deal. Roland, myself, as the Fae, will find you the fine establishment you were promised. Our benefactor here shall cover the expenses of each job or mission that you go on. Considering we both have the same goals in this city, to clean up the corruption and to present a beautiful garden in the city of Veridia, would you gladly accept this? Or would you prefer just one of us? The noble, the Fae, or both? Options, choices. Tell us.
The Foe and the Furious.
You know, as a wonderful Southern man, I'm not opposed to having it both ways. You know what Mama always said? You eat your cake and you have it too.
I don't believe that's the correct phrase, but if that's what you wish. Anyone else wish to comment?
Hmm.
5, 4
Word?
years.
Joining on this thing with both.
Both. Well, that's 2 out of you 5.
Yeah, I'd take both.
3 of the 5. I think we have a majority vote. Well, Lord Albrecht, as he looks over at the gentleman responds, "Ah, great. Well, here's the plan. Our Fae is going to find you your establishment. And I am going to provide you each with a fair and equal share of the rewards and costs and expenses. Now, partway through your journey here, you will come across our contracted technocrat and entertainment specialist, our consultants. Her name is Liliane de Cruel, and she will assist you in maintaining and running your establishment, whatever you choose to use it for. But do know this, though the noble benefactor will subsidize your expenses, it will be up to you to ensure that you have an income. If you all choose to continue working for us, that is. And I believe our Fey friend Roland here has already found your establishment, and as it's only just mid-afternoon, I'm sure he can transport you there. Or show you the way, at least. Just follow the flower scent or something, I'm sure.
What flower scent?
And as you say that, a small giggle and the smell of wildflower blossoming just suddenly invades your nostrils.
Warforged don't actually smell, so
You
it's going to be.
get a scent regardless, somehow. It's more like the taste of it, as it were, for a Warforged.
Just like flowers.
So, as you leave the establishment, Roland is actually walking with you at the same time. And he describes the grand vision that he has for this city, or that the Fae share for this city, which is to treat it like a garden, one that has been unfortunately taken over by the weeds and the bad soil and everything else. And how their goal is to clean up this garden in such a way that it'll allow for a grand and spectacular show at the end of it, much purely for the amusement and pleasure of the Archfey. Nothing more. He also explains the noble's intentions to buy out the corruption in this town and pay enough for the corruption that those that are corrupted can actually do honest work instead.
That seems as a bit of an oxymoron, because it is the rich who pay for the corruption.
I know, but this benefactor isn't linked to the city as such. He's more inclined to let's call it a hostile takeover of the city, where his investments will prove to break corruption. And for the Fae, for our side, it's more of a, well, they call it the City of Truth. The idea is to reveal the truth without breaking the city. So, essentially the same goal, just two different paths. Now, I must say, we're almost at our location on the corner here. As he turns a corner, you see before you the junction that you're at. It is off to the west of the city, slightly. The street that intersects where you've come from is called a broad street. And on one corner of this is a fine, brand new, and as yet unrecognised establishment called the Black Honey Meadery. And Roland gives it a sly sideways glance as he then looks at the building literally on the opposite corner. He walks up to it and says, "I have the keys." And he pulls them out of his pocket. 3 large silver keys. We also have a sign up there. And I wonder, as he waves his hand, you see what once was known as the Spotted Dick Tavern. You see the sign getting scraped of its old markings. How about you all decide a name for your tavern, your establishment? We can put it up on the sign.
Well,
You,
I vote 3 cheers for the coughing cat. Cheer. Cheer.
And there's just awkward
Sure.
silence as nobody responds.
You just hear Jeff cheering in like different octave voices.
I say, is that a tumbleweed?
That's when you hear the cricket.
As you are saying this, you do indeed hear a cricket sound. Obviously, fey trickery of some kind. And a tumbleweed does seemingly roll across the street. Well, clearly the coffin cat is out. Although I do like the alliteration of it. Pity. Any other suggested names? As you see 3 tiny tools, like a little chisel and a tiny little hammer, and a almost like a stencil like thing is trying to find shape and waiting willingly to engrave and carve out whatever you're going to call this place.
I'm not quite sure.
Well, gentlemen, might I suggest the quibbling queries?
Ooh. Suits
so
you.
whimsical.
Three
Um,
cheers for quibbling queries. Yeah.
You just see another tumbleweed float past.
I don't know. What about the rusted bucket?
that just reminds me of fucking the chum bucket from SpongeBob.
Yeah, that's what came to mind too whenever I heard that.
All right, you bag of peckerwoods. I suggest the fuck you fuck off.
No. I'm going to veto that one. But I can assure you, if you don't come up with a name, what I come up with will be a hell of a lot worse.
Well, how about something like the Clockwork Cadaver?
Oh,
Now that is an interesting
Ooh.
name.
I like that one.
I don't know how much I'd like vampires stopping by to drink with the cadavers, you know?
Well, that's not likely to happen, my country bumpkin companion. I'm pretty sure they know that we do not traffic in dead people. I mean, sometimes, but not often.
Oh, yeah.
Clockwork Cadaver.
I
3
suppose
cheers?
that'll have to do.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, y'all fuckers ain't coming up with anything else.
I come up with a name. I don't know, but I like the cadaver one. What about the quibbling cadaver? That way, it keeps Arias happy and keeps Sky happy.
Oh
I
no,
do
there's
like-
no alliteration in that.
Yeah, because that's a Q and a C.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't want the QC turning up, do we?
And not at all.
I suppose whatever cadaver will have to do. As seeing as that's the only one that got many reactions, and mine were met with dead ears and fuck offs.
Upright cadaver.
The Clockwork Cadaver.
Yeah, that one works.
Well-
I will point out that clockwork starts with a C and cadaver starts
Also
with a K.
starts with a C. I'm really hoping that was Arias saying that and not his character, because that makes it even funnier.
It was both.
I would like to point out this man is training to become an EMT.
I can't spell, okay, gentlemen. All right. I also passed my state test. Thank you very much.
Well done. Proud of you.
Congrats.
Still helps if you know how to write cadaver.
No, we don't have cadavers.
Yes.
Oh, God. I do not want to get into a medical emergency where Arias is anywhere near
We have-
now.
Right.
We have dead on arrivals. Okay, they're different than cadavers.
How do you spell that, Arias?
DOA.
Oh, well done.
Right, moving on. You see this tiny chisel and hammer and the stencil forming its pattern, as it were, as it starts to chisel and chip away in the air magically. The Clockwork Cadaver. And amongst it, you see the various sort of times of clock pieces and cogs and what have yous, all being embossed and engraved and carved into this wooden sign. And eventually it all comes down after a few minutes, and you see it there, brand new and renamed. He pulls out the key, unlocks the door, and opens it wide. Welcome to your new establishment. And might I say, as he steps in, uses prestidigitation to clean off one of the rather dusty tables. We do also have a deed to sign. It's all in order. And as he says this, with a snap of his fingers, you see on the table a stack of paperwork. Maybe about the same size as 3 yellow pages. For those that don't know what the yellow pages is, ask your parents.
Or grandparents.
Or
Yellow
grandparents.
Pages was great.
Or
Yep.
dogs.
Yep.
As for dogs.
It's about the same size in height of paperwork as 3 of these yellow pages. Myself and Lord Albrecht and the council went on for ages making sure that every single line didn't screw any of the others over in
I
any
sign at the
way,
bottom.
shape or form. There's only space for 3 names on the deed, but the establishment does belong to you all.
Can I do a cursory glance before I sign, like a cursory read before I sign?
You can certainly do that if you wish.
Can I do a check to see if there is anything that's gonna sort of
How
trip us
long?
up or anything?
How long are you going to spend trying to read this legal document?
I'd say about 20 minutes or so.
Okay. You get about 30 pages in.
Mm-hmm. I'm not reading all of it, but
And
just
so
curious
far,
if there's anything that jumps out.
nothing seems to jump out. In fact, the changes, the text, the wording, everything seems to be as neutral as it possibly could be. It just
Okay.
seems as though you're being given the deeds to this property, and they who sign the name are the key holders for the establishment.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm happy to sign it.
Jeff is for sure signing it.
I'm going to sign at the bottom.
There's only room for 3.
I mean,
Who-
I don't have to sign it. If Omega's character or Turtle's character want to sign it, then
Nope.
you guys
Nope,
can,
nope,
but
Nope.
okay.
Already
Okay.
have above table. Already have 1 character with a name on a contract for a building. I'm not going to have 2.
Fair enough.
I do have an idea on how he could get a key, though.
You are not stealing one of our keys to go and get a spare cut.
Don't worry, I won't be stealing it. I'll just make a mold out of it.
I thought you were going to take it to key cutters and get them to
No.
cut you a new one.
I'm pretty sure I have like a good little wad of wax or something. I can take an imprint of it and just have it made.
True.
I have a
Metal.
forgery kit.
Yep.
How metally do you think the contingent would be with Jeff now signing his name on the deed to this establishment?
As you sign your name on the deed to the establishment, he pulls one of the keys off of the hook and hands it to you.
Well, thank you, partner. I do appreciate it.
One thing that I will say, as he hands Sky the second key, as you sign it, And as who was the third person signing?
Myself.
Hexalon.
Hexalon. He hands you the third key. And as he says this and hands it over, he simply looks around the place. Well, I think you've got some work cut out for you to get this establishment up and running. So I'll leave you to it. By the way, I would advise you check out the cellar when you get a chance. I hear there's things that might go bump in the night.
Oh god,
Oh,
can I
hang
check
on.
out the cellar right now?
No, I'm not doing that again.
I just tip X my name out and go, nope, sorry, deal's off. You can take the key back.
Jeff would love to check the cellar
He
right
laughs. He laughs as you start panicking. The eyes, panic starts setting in your eyes, and he just laughs. There's nothing
Pass.
down there. It's an empty cellar full of dust and dirt bunnies. That's all.
I don't believe you.
now. Jeff
Go and check if you wish.
Jeff is gonna go check the cellar.
You
It's
had-
clear he's fucking with you. He's a fae. They love to fuck with people, and it serves their own amusement.
Before this session, Hexalon did another job in the city involving a cellar. He ain't going down in cellars ever again.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
As much as the Warforged can't be afraid, Hexalon has an aversion to cellars.
That's right.
If he had a modem screen that showed his face, you'd see it start to glitch out.
Yes, after the incidents that occurred last time.
One of my eyes is going to do what those Furbies do when you drop them.
Oh, God.
Oh god.
Jeff,
Robotic eye twitch.
Jeff, as you head down into the cellar, you push open this creaky old door. You look around and it's dark. You light a torch or a lantern, and you can see that it heads back to the end by about 120 feet or so. It's a fairly large establishment that you have here. And you can see what looks like the remnants of an old wooden stage in one corner and pipes that lead up to the floor above in another. You can see some old barrels with nothing left in them that are attached to various bits of tubing that has long since been cut. And a couple of crates. But nothing more.
Can I open the crate?
You can indeed. And in the crates, I want you to pick 1, 2, or 3.
Let's find out. 1.
I wouldn't do that.
In the first crate, as you open it up, you see a stash of wine bottles that are rather mouldy. And more, if you were to open them, it would definitely be vinegar by this point in time.
Okay, really bad didgeridoo.
Alright, I'm gonna grab the wine bottle and I'm gonna go back up the steps.
As you head up the stairs,
It's infinite. Oh.
you arrive at the top of the stairs and you see the party before you.
Well, gentlemen, there is seems to be nothing in that cellar but some old dusty crusty wine bottles that are probably no good by now, but if anyone wants to take a gander at it, and he plops the wine bottle on the bar counter. Go and take a crack at it.
I'm good, thank you.
you hear from downstairs the door close and click shut.
Well, shit, I didn't do that.
Oh, hell no. I'm running out the building.
And with that, Jeff, says, "Fuck you, demons! Fuck you!
And you,
Not you, William."
for a brief moment, you think you hear the sound of children giggling and playing.
Oh my god.
Don't do
Oh
that.
my god.
Fuck this. Nope, I'm good. I just walk out.
Oh,
And
I
then
ain't got enough pipe weed to be handling this
no
shit.
one else in the party hears this, only Jeff.
Oh, okay. That's fine then.
You think you hear the sound of children playing and giggling,
oh God.
and then it goes quiet. But you don't get a sense of anything untoward. Just a relaxing, pleasant feeling like you're welcome here.
Well, I will say I didn't see anything go bump in the night down there.
Well, of
And
course.
I
Not
feel
yet.
I feel as if this is a good place to be. And it feels like home, and I think we can bring my hometown honky tonk to it. I believe I believe we could get a good old country feeling to it.
This is going to be a wonderful campaign. And with that, that is where we're going to end today's session. That is where we're going to end the stream. And I wish you all farewell. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. And I wish everyone pleasant dreams. Good night.
Night.
Bye bye.
See you
Wonderful.
later.